Call to order at 6 o'clock. And Chris is taking our minutes. And we have a public comment period. So if you want to raise your hand in the participants with your little your hand, then we can go through some of those. If we don't get to everybody, we can take some more at the end of the meeting. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody with their hands up. All right. So our first action item is a discussion item around the survey results. So Krista and Rob are going to take that. So go ahead, Krista and Rob.
Okay, I just need a minute to get into screen sharing mode. One second here. Okay, Don, can you just give me a thumbs up if you can see that? Okay, great. All right, hi everyone. So Rob and I have some information to share with you tonight, and we're going to go through this. There's a lot here. We recognize that it's the first time everyone's seeing this, so it'll probably take some time to digest it. So we're going to go through all of our slides, ask if you have questions. I guess we can maybe try to hold them to some different points in our presentation and then again at the end. But this presentation and the summary from the Center for Rural Studies, as well as the raw data, are all going to be posted to our website tomorrow. So we will get started. And there's a link here right now to the survey summary. Okay. So just a quick reminder of what our goals were. Our hope was to provide community input to the board on specific options for the facilities in our district. This came about as an idea in our August retreat. At that time, we were talking about a straw poll survey with a few key questions that developed over time to be more in-depth. As we thought about and developed those questions, really what was most important to us is how can we best answer or how can we best get information that's going to be most useful to the board. And so we wanted to also be sure that we reached as wide a range of community members as possible. We recognize that since we would be hearing a recommendation from Patrick, we would maybe want to include that in the survey. So that was added in after the December 7th board meeting. We also thought it would be a good time to revisit the goals that we developed last fall in our community engagement work and get additional input into those values. So this is really one data point, and I think we've talked about that all along, that there's lots of information that's going into this process as we think about next steps for the facility of our district. And it is going to be looked alongside of other data points, but there is some really good, useful information in here. And now that we're considering taking some more time to work through all of this, I imagine that this won't be the first time we'll be talking through some of this. And I especially want to just recognize that this was a really big effort, particularly on the part of our central office staff, and most especially Jennifer Bauer, who's Patrick's assistant, who put in a lot of time helping us to ensure that we were reaching all of those community members and making this as robust a survey as we could. So we developed questions over the course of several months with input from board members, community engagement committee members, as well as consultation with people with experience in community engagement and survey development. We sent out electronic and paper surveys to all registered voters and taxpayers. We got those lists from town clerks, and that was approximately 6,500 people. And then electronic surveys also went to all students at Mount A, which is another 651, getting us to approximately 7,151. The responses are all anonymous, and all of the data was sent to the Center for Rural Studies, who conducted an analysis of the survey responses. Again, that summary and the raw data, including the over 800 comments we received, will be available to the board and the public we are going to make sure that that data does not have any potentially identifying factors. So I'm going to just go through a quick overview of the respondents first. So of the 1,655 responses, 115 were students, and the response rate overall was 23%. 753 of those were electronic and 902 were paper. So to put the response rate into a little bit of context, I asked Patrick what a typical percentage of the electorate votes for town meeting day for our budget. And the range in the past 5 years was between 28 and 53%. So we were a little bit below that typical range. Also of the student respondents, this was sent to students at Mount A, but we did have some students in K through 5 complete the survey as well, but the bulk were in middle and high school. Okay, so you can see how the respondents broke out by town, with Bristol being the largest percentage of respondents at 27.3%. And then going around the circle, we have Lincoln, Moncton, New Haven, Starksboro, and others. Just another point of reference. So 27.3% of the respondents were from Bristol. That the number of respondents represents about 11% of the Bristol total population. The number of respondents from Lincoln represents about 23% of their overall population. Moncton's respondents represent 16%. New Haven's represent 15%. And Starksboro represent 11%. So we're always, in all the ways we're engaging with our community, we're always chasing the folks that we don't hear from as much as we might like to. And that's evident in our responses. Okay, so then we wanted to get a sense of the folks that did respond, a little bit more about them. So you can see on the left the ways in which they've been involved with MAUSD in the past, and whether or not they've attended any of our community engagement events. And so on the left, the chart got cut off on the bottom 3 categories. So I just spelled them out for you here so you could see the folks that currently have children or grandchildren at MAUSD, previously had children or grandchildren at MAUSD. And then on the right, you can see the breakout of folks who, about half and half, the respondents have participated in or not participated in our previous engagement. Okay, then we asked folks to help us by sharing their age range and their income level. So the bulk of respondents, as you can see, are in the 65 and plus range. And for income level, we had folks between a pretty good range of folks between all of the different income brackets. And this is something we've talked a lot about, is trying to make sure we're reaching a pretty demographically diverse, as far as our district is concerned, pretty demographically diverse group of people. So I think this shows that we did pretty well in terms of these 2 categories. Before I go into the specific responses, we'll just take a minute to see if anybody has any questions about what I've shared so far. And I can't really see everybody, so if you're a board member that has a question, maybe just unmute and ask, and then we'll move forward. Okay, I'm going to take that as a no, but if I missed you, just jump in. Okay, so the first question was asking to indicate your support for closing your town school. So you can see overall the opposition to closing your town school. When you add up all the opposing categories, comes to 72.5%, and the support is 27.4%. In a few minutes, Rob is going to jump in, and he's going to share a much deeper level of analysis on this in terms of how that breaks out by tone and by income level. Okay, looking at closing other town schools, adding up again all the oppositional categories, you get 56.8%, so that number goes down a bit. And the supporting categories are 43.1%. Increasing taxes, this is probably not a big surprise to anyone that the majority of folks are not interested in seeing an increase in their taxes. And again, a little bit later on, we'll talk about how much of an increase people are willing to tolerate, and does that differ by income, by town. And then we asked about the reduction of staff and programming. And you can see it's a little closer to even in terms of the support and opposition. And I've hidden my window to see anybody. So at this point, just if you have any questions as I'm going along, just jump right in. Okay, so we asked a question about how you would feel about, do you support whether we merge with Addison Northwest? And so you can see here, 56% of our respondents support that, and 43.8% are in opposition. And we asked about repurposing schools. So we've got 56.4% of folks who support and 43.8% who oppose that. Okay, so in these previous questions, if you'll remember what the survey looked like, we asked, we explained a little bit about each of those ideas, and then we asked about each one of them separately. And then this next question, we asked about all of them together, looking at all of them over the course of the next 5 years. What are you most likely to support? And the greatest support came with merging with Addison Northwest, followed by reducing staff, and then down from there. Okay, then we wanted to get into a sense of that tax increase. You know, I know from being on the board, we talked a lot about budget increases and kind of pondering, well, how much is too much? And this question was designed to try to get a sense at, you know, if you say you're okay to increase your taxes or you don't want your taxes increased, can we finesse out a little more? What is your, you know, what level of increase would you consider? And we did that for all of the different scenarios. So you can see here how much folks were willing to accept a tax increase to avoid closing their town school. And I think, and Patrick, you can clarify if I'm wrong, but our budget increases are often in that 0 to 5% over the course of just a typical year. So that's where most folks landed in terms of what they would accept for a reasonable tax increase to avoid closing their town school. That number, that percentage of folks goes up quite a bit when we talk about closing other town schools. And then merging with Addison Northwest. Those top two numbers, if you can't see them well, more than 30%. So 3.4% of respondents said they would be willing to have their taxes increase more than 30% to avoid this scenario. The one below it, 21 to 30% is 3.0, and then 16 to 20 is 4.1. Sorry, they're a little bit hard to read. Again, this more than 30% is 3.3% of respondents said they would pay those taxes, be willing to pay those taxes to avoid repurposing schools. 21 to 30% of tax increase is 3.2%. And then I think the other numbers are pretty easy to see. Don, is my pace okay here? I'm just kind of trying to get through because there are a lot of slides, but let me know if you think I should be pausing again or faster or slower. And I can't see you, so.
I think it's good, and I'm trying to watch to see if anybody has.
Great.
Get your attention.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then we looked at reducing staff and programs. Again, what percentage of an increase would folks be willing to support to avoid this? Okay, so that's all the scenarios. Now we asked a question. We asked two questions about values. The second question we wound up not being able to analyze because there was some discrepancy in the way we wanted to ask it and then the way we were able to ask it using SurveyMonkey. So the first question was to let us know how important these values that were developed last fall are to you. So folks could choose between, let's see, not at all important, I think was all the way through to very important, not important, somewhat important, important, or very important. So when you add up the somewhat, or sorry, when you just look at the very important, these are how the values play out for folks. So this is something I think we've talked a lot about in terms of getting a sense of, you know, keeping those values front of mind when we are thinking about our decision making. Okay, and then we asked specifically about Patrick's recommendation. We broke that down into two phases, the two phases. Phase one, which was the repurposing of 3 elementary schools and moving students into 2 schools. So you can see here, there's 49.3% of the respondents that support phase one. Again, combining strongly, somewhat, and support, and then 50% in the oppositional categories. And that support increases a little bit when we talk about phase two, which was the merger with Addison Northwest. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Rob now, who's going to talk a little bit about the deeper analysis that the Center for Rural Studies did for us in terms of looking at different categories of respondents and how they responded to different questions. So Rob, do you want to just go through this and I'll keep forwarding the slides, or do you want me to stop sharing and then you can share your screen?
No, I think you should maintain that privilege.
Okay.
Disaster.
Okay. All right. I'll wield the superpower.
I'd have all the Hollywood squares. I wouldn't see the. Quick disclaimer: Krista and I received the final report. Was that yesterday afternoon?
Yeah.
We've been sort of trying to chew on this real quickly, put this together. Obviously, more to discuss. And I was counting on nap time today, and nap time did not occur. So flying by the seat of my pants here a little bit. Those were the big picture. And then we did the Center for Rural Studies did a little bit deeper dive of our data, and we wanted to break it out looking at by towns, by income levels, and by age brackets, just to see if there were differences among our constituents, among our community members. And as we go through these next couple slides, more than a couple, there are certain areas where our data does have statistical significance. And the best way I can describe it, and I'm not a statistics teacher by any means, is that, you know, we have a 95% confidence rate that those differences aren't by chance, that there is an overall difference between different towns, different income levels, and sort of there's almost a direct association between a town's perspective and their response that's different than another town's perspective or another income bracket. So just you'll see that as we move through the slides. But one thing to note as board members, different towns, different income brackets do have different perspectives on some of those same questions that Krista just presented at a 10,000 foot level. So big picture. Preferred options by towns. The majority of towns oppose closing their elementary schools and increasing taxes. and we can break that out moving forward here. So sort of looking at this graph, again, there are statistically significant differences between the towns. Blue is percent opposing closing your own elementary school versus the percent that support. This is that question, closing other town elementary schools. So again, significant.
Rob,
now,
can you see, sorry, Rob, can you see the top heading for?
I can, yeah, I can.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that wasn't hidden because I can't see it well, but I didn't want to.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
And Rob,
so-
I'm not sure how many of the slides there are, but can we just slow down a little bit?
Sure.
Can we go 2 back just to the first one, just sit there for like 30 seconds and then go? Yes, thank you. And then just kind of sit with it 15 to 20 seconds.
Yeah, no, totally. And at any point, please stop me, ask questions. There are a lot of slides, and if it's just too much, you can look at it, I guess, on your personal time, and as a board, we can discuss it at a later date too. I don't want anyone's head to explode.
Was that okay?
Yeah, sorry. No.
That's great. Thank you.
So again, this is the closing of the other elementary schools. And now this slide, what it does is it combines the 2 previous slides per town in the sense of, support for closing an elementary school, whether it's your own school or someone else's school. So you can compare the different towns and their response overall to the idea of closing an elementary school. This is increasing taxes. So again, thinking of that significance, different towns have different perspectives when it comes to these questions that aren't just by chance or random.
Have a question. It's the people that are opposed, do they fall into the 0 to 5% or 0?
Krista, maybe, I believe the range was 0 to 5. So it's hard to decipher if someone said 0 versus someone said 5. Am I correct?
Correct. Yep.
So the blue is 0 to 5%.
I would have to get back to you on that. I don't remember looking at all the data if it was. I honestly don't know off the top of my head.
I don't know that either, but what we can do is take some of these questions that, like Rob said, we just got this 2 days ago. Yeah. So, and some of it is a little tricky to decipher, but I think we can start writing down some of these questions and try to post any clarifying info.
I think it's important to understand 0 versus some increase.
Well, that I don't think we will be able to. I don't think I know. I know for sure we won't discern that. We created the band 0 to 5%. I believe we chose that, and Rob, maybe you can help me if I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure we chose that because that's the typical range we fall within for most of our budget cycles.
But then it makes this slide problematic because percent oppose, agreeing to a 5% increase is not opposing.
And I would say you're correct. So we'll look into this, and we can get back to everyone. I appreciate that question.
So this is Kevin. Is it, I can't remember, is the 0 to 5 an annual increase, or is it over a 5-year period?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me just look at the.
It was over, I thought it was over the 5-year period.
That, we wouldn't ask that question, would be, because only going up 5%
Over the
in
next 5
years is pretty
It
fictional.
was, so the question reads, how large of an increase would you support over the next 5 years cumulative to avoid these scenarios?
It's ridiculous.
Are these slides going to be available? Because I
Yep.
need to look at the 3 slides, one individual towns, I mean, one for the towns about closing your own school versus closing other schools, and then for all towns, closing one school or closing all schools, and then your combination of the two, those two into the third slide. I don't understand that, and I need to look at those graphs a little bit longer to understand them.
No, totally. The links will be is available as soon as we can get them out there. Okay, Dave, for sure.
Yeah, so this is Steve. So to the gentleman's point, at what threshold do you get put in the opposed category, and at what threshold do you get put in the support category on this slide?
Yeah, and I apologize. My bandwidth, unfortunately, is not as great as I'd like to have been in the past 24 hours to have those answers.
No, that's perfectly fine. It's a good point. That's all.
Yeah.
Should I move to the next slide, or are there any more questions on this one?
So essentially, we don't know what this slide means actually yet.
I mean,
Yeah, I
I
think
think
it sounds like
I-
we need to get clarification on what puts you into the tax increase category.
Krista, was there a question that just said, to what extent do you support a tax increase? Not a
Yes.
going by percentage. So I think this is the data from that question.
Yep. So we do have that, which was earlier on where we asked folks whether you in a range of somewhat oppose, strongly oppose, somewhat support, strongly support, how do you feel about tax increases? And so we do have that data.
Well, that would make more sense if this isn't tied back to how much of an increase you would be willing to support. If this is
Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking that that's where we are.
yeah. The crosstabs, and when everyone gets a chance to look at them, I just sort of got lost in there personally a little bit while putting this together, so I apologize.
Yeah, and also when I'm not sharing my screen any longer, I can pick through some of that a little bit, so I may be able to get the answer on this particular one before the meeting is out. But if not, I'm keeping track of anything like this where we have more questions, because clearly, and to Dave's point, it's the first time we're all digesting this together, and it's a lot of info. So, okay, I'm going to go to the next slide.
I'm sorry, are we allowed to ask a question, Krista? At this point?
So I'm going to let John, what I think I can let Don answer, but my guess is that'd be probably great for the board to be able to ask their questions first so we can get through, and then any other questions that come up, maybe we can get to after.
Right, I would agree. If we can get through the board questions first and the presentation, and then we can allow a few extra minutes to see if there's some comments from the rest of the participants.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just digging through my notes, and I think it is that these responses that are graphed here, trying to double check is that differentiation between the somewhat, the lumping of either oppose or support, and that's broken out differently. Yeah, as we move forward. So this is reduced staff and programming amongst the towns. Merging with Addison Northwest School District. Repurposing schools.
And here's where it gets fun.
So earlier on, Krista showed that there were questions of different levels, but the most preferred option when looking at sort of all of those put forth, this is a breakout per town. So each one of these categories, there is significant differences between the towns. So moving right to left, we have closing other town elementary schools, closing my town elementary school, increasing taxes, merging with Addison Northwest School District, reducing staff and programming, repurposing schools on the screen. And those ranges up above, the bolded numbers are sort of it's between 5 and 21%, depending on which town you're looking at, or 1 to 11%, etc.
Yeah, and so again, and I think this helps answer that first question we just had. Again, I think what we're looking at is when we looked at each scenario, I shared the overall responses. Now this is broken down by town, but just looking at the strongly support.
I think this is a perfect example of why I think this survey is very flawed. Is you look at this chart, reducing staff is part of every one of these categories is reducing staff, and yet only one of these categories is labeled reducing staff.
Any other comments or
I
questions?
think Dave is correct about the two on the right, and the one potentially in the middle. Increasing taxes doesn't require you to reduce staff, and closing the schools would probably require less staff cuts.
So
but it would still require staff cuts.
I think you're right, Steve, I misspoke. I think you're right. The notion of increasing taxes was in order to avoid both closing schools or reducing staff. The other categories, in fact, if my understanding of the superintendent's proposal upon which this survey is clearly based, all the others propose significant staff cuts. They may not all be 75 to 90 as in the proposal, but they're all significant staff cuts.
I agree.
And I'll,
Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, I was just going to say that you know, even if there are some flaws in the study, I mean, it does seem to reflect the emails I get to my inbox from largely Lincoln, that they seem a lot different than what I'm seeing from my town of New Haven, that there are some significant differences in how these individual towns want to approach things.
And I think the other thing to keep in mind, even though the survey was predicated on feeling out Patrick's proposal, there was enough fodder in that to look at the values, if you will, and go through what's important: taxes, town schools, staff, etc. So we're just flushing out opinions of what aspects of his proposal may or may not be important, not necessarily immaterial data.
Yeah, when we were going back and forth about the questions, I think what we wanted to try to do was present the different components of the options that have been on the table for a while in some way or another. And then Patrick's option, so that it wasn't just a survey about that one recommendation.
So you all make good points. My point is that I received numerous inquiries, phone and email inquiries regarding the survey. And I needed to clarify to all of the people, maybe not all, nearly all the people who inquired of me, that all the proposals required significant staff reductions. And their response was, oh, really?
Right, Dave. I think to your point that like you and Steve just seem to agree with as well, that based on this graph, the only thing that could avoid reducing staff is increasing taxes. But I think that I'm understanding this is the same as you are, is with or without Patrick's recommendation, the same amount of reduction in staff will need to take place.
It could be fewer staff if we actually did a hard closing of schools, because that would save more money. But everything on the table in this slide, except for increasing taxes, requires significant staff reduction of some level.
Can I just ask Patrick a question? So I think in all of our discussions, we've talked about the number of staff that need to be decreased. And I just don't think everyone has seen any of those things if they didn't know that was the case. So Patrick, could you remind us about what you would expect the staff decrease to be? I mean, is that a number that over the, I forget if you would say, you usually would put it over the next 5 years. What sort of is the average number that you could come up with, irrespective of whatever we choose to do, the number is still within a certain ballpark. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. The projections are as many as anywhere from 75 to 90 positions may need to be reduced over the next 5 years. And those reductions would need to happen really almost regardless of any of the scenarios, except the scenario where we raise taxes high enough to not need to make those reductions. Even a tax increase that is significant, but less than what would be needed to eliminate the need to reduce staff, could produce needed staff reductions. And I think our projection was, when we were looking at sort of the upper end of the extreme, you know, a potential $8 million over the spending threshold, that's the scenario where that's about 91 positions. If we chose not to reduce those 91 positions and instead raise taxes to cover all of those 91 positions, that was, I think, just under a 90% increase in the taxes. and the survey had more than 30, I think was the upper end of the limit on the survey. So yes, it is true. In almost any circumstance, we need to reduce a lot of staff. And the question really is which staff, and different scenarios would require different staff. And to Steve's point, it is true, if we did do a hard close on some schools, those facilities related costs, which are relatively minimal compared to the total financial picture, would preserve some staff positions, though relatively small in number. The difference in this scenario really is, what are the programs and supports and opportunities for students we're left with at the end of those staffing reductions? And that's where I think the greatest difference is in how those scenarios play out.
So you're just saying, so as you put in your presentation, yeah, some of the schools would not have much staff left in them if we kept all the schools open.
Right. So no matter what, even with all schools open or several schools closed, we would need many staffing reductions, because that's where the bulk of our expenses are. So that's where the bulk of the savings would need to come from.
The other, as you're talking about that, Patrick, the other flaw in the reducing staff and programming category is that in one of these scenarios, the one that you've proposed, you're not actually proposing to reduce programming. So they don't necessarily go together.
Correct. I would agree with that statement.
Keep moving.
Yes,
Krista?
please.
Yes, please.
Krista, I don't know where you went.
I'm here. I think I went to the, did I just go to the next slide?
I believe so. I don't have
Okay.
two monitors, so or this printed out.
Yep, I'm on the next one.
So this is looking at the values. one of the values questions, and this is what is the very important value. And you'll know, maybe if you can sort of see it, that the asterisk does represent that there are statistically significant differences across the towns. They're not in every category. Moving from left to right across at least my monitor, first category is academic excellence. The second value is community connections. Third is educators. As we get close to the middle, equity. Next category, social and emotionally healthy kids. Socially, excuse me. Student-led learning, personalized learning, town schools, and varied and flexible programming.
Okay, I'm going to the next one. Okay, Rob.
So now this is looking at sort of tax increase responses by town. Big picture takeaway, at least that I saw, that people are most willing to let their taxes go up to prevent closing their own town elementary school. But the majority of town respondents aren't willing to see taxes go up more than 10% over the next 5 years.
Okay, I went to the next one.
So I have a question, if I might, about taxes. So after the looking at the last 5 years, have our taxes gone up more or less than 10%? Seems to me it's likely they've gone up more than 10%. And over a 5-year period, I think 10% is maybe close to the cost of living inflation number, or that sort of thing. Am I way off
Yeah,
base here?
6.1% is the figure that Floyd gave us for the education tax increase over the past 5 years total, which I agree, Dave, felt like a small amount to me over 5-year period. And there was a reason, an explanation was given to me that once given made more sense, but of course I'm gonna look to Patrick to flesh that out a little bit more, or Floyd if he's here.
I'm happy to spend a second on that.
Great.
I think, Krista, what you're referring to is our tax rate internally in the 5 towns before the state manipulates it either through the CLA, the yield, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the tax rate that we're starting with. For example, the letter that came out in December is projecting with the yield change for next year, a 9% tax across the state just because of the yield, something we don't control at all. And so it's kind of, you're comparing two different pieces there. And I don't mean to be vague or evasive in any way, but you're comparing our tax rate when we hand it over to the state is different than what you and I pay in our taxes once the state does its manipulations. Does that help?
The other comment I'd like to make is we're looking at a static budget and an increase on a static budget over 5 years, whereas we have a declining, have had and are projected to have a declining enrollment, and on a unit cost basis, that number should actually be contracting as opposed to going up or staying level.
Just as my point would be that, 0 to 5%. I mean, no, it's clear that nobody really wants their taxes increased. I mean, let's be straightforward about that. I shouldn't say no one, but the vast majority. There are a few wealthy individuals who think it'd be a great idea for their taxes to go up. Most everybody doesn't want their taxes to go up. And looking at over a 5-year period, somewhere in the 5 to 10% range is the normal growth of the cost of educating our children. And most people expect that, even though they may not like it, but they expect that taxes are going to increase because costs increase. So to start with a baseline of saying 0 to 5% over 5 years, that's like, I mean, we'd have to cut people even in good times to maintain that level of increase in taxes.
Patrick, can I ask you another question? Because I think I know the number, but you might know it better. How many positions have we cut in the last 5 years? Was it close to 50?
Yeah, I'm thinking more in the last 3 or 4 years, it's been about 36, 35, somewhere in that range.
Mm-hmm. In 3 years?
3 or 4, I'd have to go back and double check.
Because I think for 5 years it was over 40. When I did the video and looked at the stuff, it was like in the lower 40s over 5 years, but I'm pretty sure.
That may be right. I know in 1 year, might have been in building FY20, we reduced 15 point something positions, maybe close to 16 in that 1 year. So that I know, like we didn't fill about 9 positions this year. So yeah, that low 40 over 5 years is at least in the ballpark.
So you're talking about double that amount in the next 5 years, pretty much, give or take.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want, we got a lot of people on the call, so I want people to hear that because we have talked about that. It was in the video, it was in some other places, but I know it's hard to watch everything and get all the numbers. So thank you.
And Patrick, can I also ask to that question of the number of staff that is going to need to be reduced in the next 5 years, have we budgeted in career change incentives?
Can I suggest that we get through these slides? These questions are
Yes.
sort of veering off the agenda, I think. I mean, they're not that they're not important questions, but I think we need to save those up for after we're done doing this presentation.
And
Yeah,
I'll be
that
really
makes sense,
brief, and
Steve.
just to not leave you hanging, Sarah, the answer is we do not budget for career change incentives because in most cases, in fact, in all cases so far, when we've offered these, the cumulative effect of offering those career change incentives produces savings. So it may be less savings than we'd realize if the same number of people left without a career change incentive, but nevertheless, it's still savings.
Okay, I'm going to go to the next slide, Rob. So we're still on the tax increases as compared to the different, different scenarios. Now we're on other elementary schools.
And I do want to be thoughtful of the time, Dawn or whatever. I mean, we have a lot more slides to go through.
Yeah.
So.
Patrick is able to give us a little of his time. So I don't want to take, all of his time though. So if we can just keep moving along, and remember, board members and everybody's going to get to see this information and study it longer. And this is not the end of the discussion. We're going to keep talking about this. So this is just the first look.
Okay, so I'll keep going.
Yeah. So tax increases to avoid repurposing schools. Tax increases to avoid reducing staff and programs.
Could I just add that in the future, I think it would be good for us to see this stuff first to be able to analyze it ourselves, because this is kind of, I don't know how useful this is exactly.
Kristen, I completely agree. I've said the same thing, and I'm not trying to be a hypocrite. We got this report yesterday afternoon, and
right. So no, I'm not criticizing anyone in general. I just think, timing isn't always good. So just saying that I'm not sure how valuable it is seeing these for the first time now and trying to process what they mean. That's why I was asking a lot of questions, because what meaning are we trying to get out of this and to let people know? So that's why I was asking deeper questions to actually get to actual information that exists, so to speak.
well, I would argue this is actual information.
Right, but having to go over it so fast might not, anyway, never mind. Let's just keep going.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, though. I completely empathize with that, and I apologize.
Well, again, nothing to apologize for. It's just, it's the way it's worked
Nature of
out.
the
So
beast.
again,
Yeah.
Okay. We're getting toward the end, actually. So Rob, this is, yeah.
So big picture again, pulling out now, looking specifically at the recommendation phase 1 and phase 2, support or opposition. The majority of respondents in Bristol and Moncton and New Haven support phase 1 and phase 2. The majority of respondents in Lincoln and Starksboro oppose phase 1 and phase 2. And again, this is statistically, I can hardly say that sometimes, significant. So this is phase 1. And here's the breakout for phase 2. Again, phase 1 is repurposing of 3 elementary schools, and phase 2 is then merging with Addison Northwest. We also then did a deeper dive looking at income, and some things that jumped out are lower income households are more likely to oppose closing closing other elementary schools, increasing taxes, merging with Addison Northwest, and repurposing schools. They are more likely to support reducing programs and staff as compared to higher income households. The highest number of people ranked academic excellence and socially, emotionally healthy kids is very important regardless of income. So just to preface, on the survey, there were, I believe, 8 different income brackets. For this analysis, we looked at 4, and we lumped one group, and the lower income in the way I phrased it here is $50,000 annually per household and underneath. So you'll see it as we move forward in the slides.
Can I ask a question about that slide?
Yep.
Just how the sentence reads. If you could go back to that slide. So lower income households are more likely to oppose. Oppose includes closing other elementary schools. They also oppose increasing taxes.
Yeah.
And they oppose merging with Addison Northwest and repurposing
And
schools.
repurposing schools, sorry.
Okay, so oppose applies to everything. Okay.
Not,
everything in that sentence.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So again, here's those breakouts looking at those 4 income categories. Closing my town elementary school.
Rob, can I ask a question? It's Sarah LaPearl.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. Were the students included in an income bracket, or did we pull them out for this part of the survey?
I would have to look at the CRS report. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. They were not pulled out.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a limited amount of pulling out we could do.
Okay.
Based on our contract. And so we had to choose between age and student. So they were not pulled out.
It's important to note regarding taxes and income brackets that households with incomes of less than $47,000 have a hard cap on their property taxes.
Thank you, Dave. So closing other town elementary schools. And so to Andrew's question about that original statement, here's where we get some significance in the results, at least statistically, with p-value of 0.05. And then this is just sort of looking at support for closing elementary schools in general. So whether it's your own in your town or someone else's in their town. And here's that increase in taxes. And to go back to that original question a long time ago, we can get you the answer on that. I apologize. Reducing staff and programming. Merging with Addison Northwest School District. Repurposing schools. Again, the title might not be correctly what was on the survey, I apologize, but most preferred outcome by income. So moving across your screen from left to right, closing other town elementary schools, closing my own town elementary school, increasing taxes, merging with Addison Northwest, reducing staff and programming, and repurposing schools.
Do I read this chart correctly, Rob, that the tallest graph here is a yellow graph merging with Addison Northwest? It's labeled 36.3%.
Correct.
Does that mean that there's 64% that are opposed?
Basically, it's saying that of people that make their household income of $150,000 or more, 36% of those respondents, that was their most preferred option.
Again, it's in that range of preference, so it isn't that everything below that is opposition, it's less than their top choice.
We don't have a majority support for anything from any town. Is that right?
Well, if I'm reading this correctly, it's basically saying 36.3 in that over 150 bracket support the merger first, then closing other town elementary schools second. I'm imagining all the yellow columns add up to 100%. Is that how that works?
Yeah, it's not that 60 whatever percent don't want merging, because the other graph didn't show that. That's why that's why it's hard to interpret stuff when you haven't had a chance to look at it. So it doesn't mean that 36, 46, 56, that 64% of people in that bracket don't want that to happen. So that's why I think we just need to know what we're looking at before we make any assumptions about the data.
Yeah, if those all add up to 100, then it sounds like a huge, that tallest yellow column, a lot of people do support that in that income bracket, followed by a huge step down to closing other town elementary schools.
They add up to 100.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah. I'm second guessing myself. I apologize, but I don't have the answer off the top of my head.
Okay, I'm going to go to the next.
This is looking at the values. So percent of respondents indicating these values were very important in that sort of scale. And we do see some statistically significant differences, not across the board, but in those asterisk columns. And then big picture tax increase responses by income. As Dave said, most people don't want their taxes to go up, but people are most willing to have taxes increase to avoid closing their own elementary school, but it's not necessarily by a lot. Tax increase, that is. And this is looking at closing your own elementary school. And to avoid, I should say, sorry, to avoid closing. To avoid closing other elementary schools. Avoid merging with Addison Northwest. It's taxes to avoid to avoid repurposing schools. Avoid reducing staff and programs. And then this is sort of a percent of respondents willing to have their taxes increase more than 15% to avoid the different, to avoid the different scenarios. And again, that number's over the five years. So.
This is the last section.
Thank you for
2 more slides.
Thank you for staying with me. Wonderful.
You're doing
questions.
great.
Phase 1 and 2 support opposition by income. The majority of lower income respondents oppose both phases of the proposed plan, while higher income respondents support both phases of the proposed plan. So here's the support or opposition for phase 1. Again, that's repurposing 3 schools, elementary schools. And support or opposition for phase 2, the merger with Addison Northwest.
So that's the last slide. We don't have any blank slide to say that we're at the end, but we are at the end. So it is a lot, and to your point, Kristen, it is hard to really digest, and I think it's really important for us all to, especially a little later in the agenda, we're going to talk about our timeline and how we want to weave in this information. This is an overview. It's fast and furious, and it's what we promised we would deliver on this date. So it's by no means, I think, the end of the conversation. And I think Rob would probably agree with me that it's, it needs to be taken in the bigger context, and there are some really good info here, and there's probably some info that's less helpful. So, yeah.
Okay, I guess, do any other board members have questions? Anything you need to understand so that you can, take a look and digest this yourself?
No questions, just a big thank you to Krista and Rob for doing this on such a tight turnaround. And there's some great information in here, some things that I actually find surprising. But thank you.
Ditto.
And I just want to add that this presentation and the summary from the Center for Rural Studies will both be placed on the MAUSD website in the facilities planning section of the school board section of the site. And then as soon as we have a clean version of the raw data, meaning it's got any identifiable information taken out of it, that will be there as well. That may take another day or so too, but tomorrow morning, it's the plan to put at least this presentation and the summary up.
Okay. All right. And then I guess we could take if no other board members have any comments, we could see if there's anybody, any of the other participants. We could take 1 or 2 because we have to keep moving along. But are there 1 or 2 people who have burning questions they'd like to ask regarding the survey?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment.
Sure.
This is Laura Newman, by the way. Regarding the tax increase questions with the amount 0 to 5, 5 to 10, I don't think that you can assume that the people who answered the survey were thinking of it in the same way that you have been discussing it, where they would assume that 0 to 5 means no change. Because when I answered the question, I was just thinking, yeah, I would pay a little bit more to avoid an outcome I didn't like. So it's like, I was thinking of percent change from what it would normally be. Perhaps others were as well.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Okay. Don't see anyone else. So, all right, we'll keep moving along. Krista, I guess if you want to stop sharing your, there, we can see everybody. Thank you. Our next is a discussion, and it's the superintendent's response to some requests for information. So Patrick, if you'd like to start off.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So my turn to share my screen and show you some more things to look at. So let me do that. Oh, Krista, it says the host disabled participant screen sharing, so you may need to return the host privileges to me.
Okay. You should be all set.
Okay. So let me just sort of orient you to this document. Basically what I did was I went back to the minutes from the December 22nd meeting, and I pulled all of the questions by board member from that meeting. And I'm sort of capturing here, it's a bit of a working document, but capturing the responses to those questions. And I don't unfortunately have full answers for each question, but what you see here is what we have ready for tonight. So I'll kind of walk you through this, and also know that, you know, as I start developing answers to the questions that were posed, it starts to, for some of them, it gets a little bit more muddied. So if I'm missing a point that was really important, or if a board member has a follow-up question based on something that I'm sharing, let's try to capture those, and we can kind of stay in this kind of iterative process as we try to flesh out the answers to the questions that are coming up.
Patrick, if I could just ask, is there any chance that you can share that with us so that we can open it on our own devices? It's a little, I don't know if it's just my screen, but it's a little difficult to see when it's shared.
Sure. Let me stop sharing for a minute.
I temporarily lost power. I don't know if I'm going to be able to continue. We'll see how it goes.
My lights are blinking as well, so I hope I'm not on the same line, Dave.
Same here, all the way up in Lincoln, so it's all over the place.
All right, this should be shared with you now, with the school board members at least.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Patrick, I don't know if you can just zoom in just one more click or something.
Huh? What are you doing?
On your screen.
Yep. Is that better?
All right, I'll shut it off.
All right, so you should be seeing, I have 3 screens going, so I want to make sure that the screen that you're seeing is the screen that I'm anticipating you're seeing. So it should say board request from the 12/22/21 meeting that you're seeing. Okay, I see Don's nodding. So again, I just tried to take the questions that were posed, pulling them directly from the minutes, and just sort of who's working on each of those questions and what the status is of those questions. So the first question that surfaces here was one that Andrew raised, which was to take a look at a side-by-side comparison of the proposal that I made versus 5 years out with the same infrastructure that we have now while staying below the spending threshold. So I'm going to take you to a different document here to walk you through a little bit of that. And I'm happy to dive into this deeper, but again, you have this, and it's another one of these things that probably needs time to digest a bit. But I tried to stay with a similar structure to some other things that we've seen to be able to make this comparison. And you can see here, I have for each school, including the middle, and I had to separate out the middle and the high school because I'm comparing, it was a little tricky because I'm comparing a merged scenario where there's a separate middle school from high school and a non-merged scenario where it's a combined middle and high school. So I separated them out for the basis of comparison. But then I show for each of the schools what was proposed for FY26 in my proposal compared to what's projected in FY26 if we didn't make some other decisions. And you can see enrollment, class sizes, number of teachers, etc. here. And one thing I just added today, and this actually surfaced as I was working on Krista's question around what are some of the details and the figures around closing, what it would look like to close Mount Abe and make 5 K-8 schools. But I thought this is sort of new information, but I thought it was relevant to the conversation around what we'd be looking at. So this is an attempt to show the grade configuration and class size looking out to FY26 in the scenario where we don't make some of these other decisions. And so the first thing you see is what the grade is, and then the number of students in that class based on the projections for enrollment. So if we look at the Bristol example here, you can see 2 kindergarten classes of 18 and 19, then a first grade of 25, a combined 1-2 of 25, a second grade of 25. Then third grade of 25, combined 3-4 of 25, and a straight 4 of 25. And then same with the 5th grade, 5, 6, and 6th grade. And you'll see some different configurations across the different schools. I think next up is Lincoln. Yep. With a K1 of 21, a 2-3 of 21, and a 4-5-6 of 27. And then we move into Moncton, Beeman, and Robinson. So if you went back to some of those other documents that you've seen, you would look at the number of classroom teachers in each of those scenarios, and you probably remember that it said 11 for Bristol, 3 for Lincoln and New Haven, 5 for Moncton, and 4 for Starksboro for Robinson. This is how the numbers could play out. Again, a lot of moving parts and pieces, but this is an attempt to kind of go down to a little different grain size to help articulate what it could look like or feel like. I think a lot of the information you've seen so far has looked at average class size across the whole school. This is looking at it, I mean, those numbers still apply, but this is looking at it in something that looks perhaps more like what it could actually be.
Patrick, can we back up just a second and get an I'm not sure I'm clear on what the 2 columns are. For instance, Bristol, the B and C columns.
Yep. So the B column in Bristol is my proposed FY26, where Bristol is a kindergarten through 5th grade school. So that's my recommendation. And the projected FY26 is if we didn't repurpose schools, if we didn't raise taxes, if we didn't do some of these other mitigating things, this is what I think it could look like in FY26 for staffing. This was the request was for a side-by-side comparison. And I'd be looking to Andrew to see if this hit the mark or missed the mark in terms of what the question was intending. But this is an attempt to give that side-by-side of what I'm proposing 5 years out to not taking some sort of action other than each year reducing staff as necessary out to FY26. Sorry, Kevin, you're muted.
Yeah, I think this helps, Patrick, because what I'm looking for in these numbers, because I left it open for you to figure out how you wanted to present it to us in the best way possible. But, you know, like as you're saying, projected Lincoln column for class configuration, class size of 27 for a combined classroom of fourth, fifth, and sixth graders. I'm not an educator. I'm assuming that's probably not considered best practice to have those classrooms combined like that many. And then also just looking at like nurses and counselors and seeing how certain schools have more access, certain kids have more access than others. So I think that's helpful.
Yeah, and the question really is, so what's the story behind the numbers? And as you start looking at these numbers and weighing the comparisons, there are a number of stories behind the numbers. So
Patrick, can I ask a question? It's Krista. So, but this doesn't show what it would look like if we didn't have middle and high school faculty.
right. So this is not an effort to respond to your question.
Okay.
I'm working on a different table, again, trying to keep a similar format that does show that. And unfortunately, that's one of the things I don't have ready to go for tonight.
That's okay. Thank
Still
you.
in the process.
Patrick, is there anything in this sheet that you could just highlight for us, like a couple things that were striking for you where it becomes glaringly evident that there's a stark difference in equity?
I mean, for me, when you look at the grade configurations, and you pointed that out, you know, a 4, 5, 6 of 27, that shows up in a couple of different places, a 2, 3, 4. So if I'm looking at the Beeman situation, a 2, 3, 4 of 27 and a 4, 5, 6 of 27. Concerning. Looking at Robinson, class sizes of 28 in the upper grades, combining two. I think to say those aren't best practice is a fair statement. Others may make even stronger statements than that. I also think, and again, I think you you pointed to this, Andrew, the access to supports. You know, when I think about different kinds of needs that students have and the proportion of time that an adult with training specifically designed to help meet that need is going to be in their building, that's concerning to me. Whether you look at nurses, as you mentioned, guidance counselors, interventionists, even administrators, you know, working with a student or a family through some challenges. The lack of availability of all of those supports is concerning, in particular when we combine that with class sizes in the mid to upper 20s with a combination of grades. And you know, and this is where it starts to become more complicated, that we could look at making smaller class sizes and not having so many grades put together. But if we need to achieve those FTEs somehow, that means those FTEs come from somewhere else. So if we look at, I don't know, you could take your pick of the least tenable situation here from the grade configuration column or row. But let's take if we take the Beeman situation. Let's say we wanted to add a classroom teacher, make a fourth classroom to get class sizes down and not have so many grades combined. We've got to come up with 1.0 FTE somewhere else, most likely within Beeman. So that 1.0 FTE, let's see, when you combine art, music, wellness, library, guidance, nurses, we're just about there, right? So to create that 1.0 FTE decimates something else. So we're in this situation of, Is it better to have higher class sizes and mixing grades so that we can have access to a nurse and PE and health and all these other things that are really important? Or do we forego lots of those other things at all in order to get class sizes and grade configurations more conducive? That's the dance that we would be doing without making some sort of structural change to avoid that.
And I think this reminds me of how this fits in with the point Steve made last week, was it? That we had another board meeting about like if folks are not in support of or don't like the current proposal on the table, that if we did nothing, this would be the option. This is the projection out 5 years from now. It could look a little different, but essentially, if we do nothing, the schools we have now won't look like this 5 years from now. This is what we will have.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I think if you were to take this information, this sort of side-by-side comparison here, and go back into my presentation and look at the school building layouts that I had kind of color-coded with different FTEs in there, probably the two together help. Those were my attempts to paint that picture of what it looks like if we don't do something. And I think, just hearing feedback from the community, clearly there's more work on my part to do to try and help paint that picture. This hopefully helps a little bit, but I think I need to keep thinking about how do we, to Steve's question, which I thought was a great one, people can conceptualize what it means to vote for or against my proposal, but they don't necessarily know what they're voting for if they're voting against it. And I feel an obligation to help do whatever I can to try and articulate that. And it's so hard to know with so many moving pieces exactly what it will be. And I don't want to be sort of a fear monger putting out extreme worst case scenarios, but we also need to know what really could be. And I think this is at least a potential representation of what could be.
Patrick, this is Rob. I have a question regarding just looking over at the high school enrollment. A merged high school would have in FY26 659 kids. So is that number, you go from 404 to 659, is that based off of Addison Northwest NESDEC projections?
It's a combination of Addison Northwest's NESDEC projections and our NESDEC projections for what we'd have for 9th through 12th grade in FY26. And I think the story there, you could look at the programming, but also the efficiencies, right? So if we look at English teachers, for example, in walking through this with Shannon, our high school principal at Mount Abe, trying to find that line of number of positions needed to continue to offer a breadth of programming that we're striving for, with needing those efficiencies, right? So 6 English teachers, presumably for 659 students, but we would work hard to try and keep 5 English teachers for 404 students. So there's an inefficiency there that costs money, but it's an attempt to keep a breadth of programming at the secondary level that we think is important to have. So I think that there's a story there to be told as well. And there's a similar story to the access to supports for secondary students as well.
And Patrick, this is Rob. Can I ask one more question? Do they utilize the same, maybe this is going further down the road, but do they utilize the same MTSS system as we do?
Yeah, the concept of a multi-tiered system of supports is consistent across the state and beyond, in terms of there's a universal level, which is really that sort of first instruction, and ideally 80% of your students have their needs met through that universal level of support. Then there's a targeted level, and the idea is somewhere around an additional 15% have their needs met by a combination of the universal support and the targeted. And then the ideal is that there's 5% of our students that meet the standard or are successful through a combination of intensive supports and targeted supports and universal supports. So that theory, that concept is consistent throughout the state. How it's actually implemented and what systems evolve around that concept certainly looks different district by district. And I don't know enough about exactly what Addison Northwest has in place to make that comparison. So I guess that's all I can share at this point.
But isn't the whole concept of MTSS integral with Act 174 or 75 or whatever it is?
73, you're close. Yeah, very much so.
And so it's a state-driven program.
Yes, and in fact, if you remember, those of you that are on the board and have been for a while, several years ago when we made some pretty significant changes, I cited the DMG report pretty consistently, and that was a really significant document in the decisions we made to create some different systems. The MTSS, the multi-tiered system of support, is largely founded on some of the references in the DMG report, and there's actually going to be more and more requirements, it sounds like, through what I'm hearing through the grapevine from the Agency of Education to adhere more to some of those philosophies within the DMG. So I think as I presented several years ago, I feel like we're getting out in front of this by really making some significant change consistent with what the DMG report proposes. I think that's going to play out in the next year or more to really show that we've been ahead of the game, and our systems are going to be stronger than many. Whether it's most or not, it's hard to know. And frankly, I have concern as we look at facing steep staffing cuts that those systems that we've worked so hard to put in place that I think are ahead of the curve and are consistent with what's going to be required, they're going to be in jeopardy along with everything else.
What's DMG stand for?
DMG is I remember as the district management group. I think they may have slightly changed it, but it's an organization that was commissioned by the Agency of Education, or perhaps the legislature even, to take a look at struggling students in Vermont and make recommendations about what supports and services ought to be in place to help with that. And that again was a really driving document for our admin team as we made some structural changes several years back. Really conceptually not unlike what we're facing now. I mean, we were faced with significant financial challenges. We needed to make a number of staffing reductions, and we started from a place of how do we need to grow? In what ways do we need to get better in our efforts to support students? Let's build some of those systems and make the necessary changes to meet the financial realities while striving to improve outcomes. The same concept, I think, is alive and well in our current situation, though the challenges are greater, the numbers for savings are greater. There are different layers of complexity, but conceptually we have some really hard financial times that we need to work through, and we still need to continue to pursue improving outcomes for students. And that's the approach that I think we should take and that I'm proposing we take. And then I did the same thing. So kind of looked at FY26 in what I proposed. And this is as a merged district. So this would be sort of the combined central offices, if you will, versus FY26 if we were standalone still and we're just MAUSD. And again, where you don't see a change, from my perspective, points to an inefficiency. And it's sort of necessary to operate a district. And, you know, superintendent's a good example. A bigger district in our merger doesn't require 2 superintendents. 1 superintendent can do that. But if we stay 2 small districts, each district needs a superintendent. Similarly with whether it's an assistant superintendent or a curriculum director, call it what you want, somebody in charge of curriculum instruction and assessment has to be there. Student support, business manager, HR, all these pieces are important to have and probably don't need 2 in a merger. Other places you can see there would be some, we can scale up or scale down. But for the most part, there's a lot of redundancy or inefficiency in continuing to operate two different districts. So that's the gist of it. Again, lots of numbers here. And I'm happy at a future meeting to take more direct questions to some of these numbers as you've had a chance to look at them. But this was an attempt to answer Andrew's question. We okay if I move back to that document and work through other questions?
I think so.
Okay. So back to other requests. So I captured some of the responses to these in some more narrative form. Caleb was next up in the minutes, and he wanted a legal opinion. And a lot of these questions have legal portions of them. So you may see some of this information repeated in a couple of the responses. But a legal opinion to make sure the proposal abides by the Articles of Agreement in Act 46. And so in conversations with Mr. Mube, with Bill Mube, our new counsel that you got to meet recently, I don't remember when that was, his opinion is that the MAUSD board, and some of this may differ, right? So he's been doing some additional work since he was last with us. I've actually reached out to the Agency of Education's council. It's actually the council that supported, at the time, ANESU in the merger study. And so information we've collected from the Agency of Education's council, in addition to work that Mr. Mube has done, has changed his thinking a bit since last time he was with us. So you may see some things that are a little different than what you heard. Mr. Mube's opinion is that the board has the authority to repurpose schools in a manner similar to the proposal that I made. His opinion is that the board also has the authority to change articles outside of those warned when forming MAUSD. So when MAUSD was formed, there was a warning put out, just like would need to happen for anything that's on a town meeting day ballot. In that warning, there were specific articles referenced. Those articles are included in Article 10 in our Articles of Agreement. And the board does have the authority by a simple majority of the board to change any article that is not in Article 10 or doesn't modify Article 10, right? You could change an article outside of Article 10 that could modify an article within Article 10, and that is something that gets complicated and isn't as clear. But changing an article outside of Article 10 that doesn't modify something within Article 10 is within the authority of the board by a simple majority vote. Anything that is referenced in Article 10 can only be changed by a vote of the 5-town electorate in a commingled manner.
Right.
Sorry, somebody asked a question, but I didn't quite.
Yeah, this is, sorry to interrupt you. I thought you were done. This is Sarah McLean. Do we have a written legal opinion that can point to this? Because like you had said, when we met with Mr. Mube, okay. When we met with Mr. Mube on the 13th, he didn't give any kind of clarification to any of these points. I was just looking back on my notes, and quite to the contrary. I mean, he was like, no, I think if you want to change in articles, then you need to get a merged vote from the district. And he also anyways, there was not a lot of clarity. So I would love to read a document that kind of outlines what you're saying, so that, we can just can be clearer to us all what the legal opinion is.
Yeah, so in talking with Mr. Mube, he is interested and willing to go into the depths of that conversation, but he's only willing to do that in executive session because he feels he needs to be looking out for the best interest of the district. Having said that, coming out of executive session, if the board had things that it agreed should be aired in public session, it could do that. But Mr. Mube isn't going to be in a position of doing what he regards as not protecting the interest of the district. So there's an opportunity for that, and that's something that I think the board has to take up in consideration and can be on a future agenda.
Yeah, Patrick, I'd like to see the same, because that's a much different synopsis of the conversation that we had not that long ago. And let's be honest, we've gotten a letter from the town of Starksboro Select Board. We've gotten a legal opinion from the town of Lincoln. Going through the legal avenues, trying to push this proposal through is not the winning solution here. Just because we might be able to is I think long-term damage to this district. So I would appreciate to see that writing and have that conversation with him.
And is it necessary to have a conversation, or can we just see a document, an opinion?
Again, from Mr. Mube's perspective, as the person representing us, he's adamant that that needs to happen in executive session, at least to start. Again, what gets shared outside of executive session afterwards, the board can deliberate over. But that's his position. And Dawn and I were on a call with him earlier today. Happy to have Dawn weigh in if she thinks I'm misrepresenting what came out of that conversation.
Well, no, I think you are not misrepresenting it. You've said exactly what his message was to us. I was noticing Caleb had his hand up, and I didn't want him to get lost before somebody else.
Sure, and feel free to help me. I may not see the hands as I'm sharing screen, so feel free to jump in.
Yeah, Patrick, can you just spell out a little bit why we would be changing? So if somebody's outside of Article 10, sort of what was Mr. Mube talking about there? Do you have a sense?
Yeah, it connects to, so there was a question around Article 16, and that I think Sarah had a question around that and the legalities around Article 16. So that comes up a little later. Yeah, so and if the board felt that Article 16 was prohibitive and it was making it difficult for the board to do what the board thought it needed to do, the board has the authority to change Article 16 by a majority vote.
But it sounds like Mr. Mube is saying that we don't need to make any change in order to repurpose schools, that no change to Article 16 is necessary. So is that right?
Well, I think necessary, beneficial, I think there's conversation to be had around that. I don't know that there's crystal clarity on that question yet.
But I think what you represented there was that he's basically saying, we don't need to change Article 16 to close schools. That's his opinion, right?
Yeah, to repurpose. I believe he feels confident that the board has the authority to repurpose schools as it stands. If there was some question about Article 16 getting in the way of that, the board has the authority to change Article 16.
So he would recommend changing Article 16, even though it's not, in his opinion, necessary. Is that?
Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't specifically stated with any clarity that he recommends we do or don't change Article 16. He's simply clarifying board authority, which is really what the question was about. What is the board's authority?
And he is clarifying that this board cannot change Article 14 since it was included in Article 10 in the public warning.
Correct. So that would need a majority vote of the electorate.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, that would require a vote of the 5-town electorate commingled, and then a simple majority would change it.
But that basically the provision for closure of schools in Article 14, in his opinion, has no bearing on this type of repurposing.
Correct. And I think that's where's the line, right? So one extreme, as we think about the concept of repurposing, one extreme is we move only the 6th grade to another building. That is repurposing. The other end of the extreme is we change a building to a storage facility. So somewhere in between is what might be considered a common definition of closing. And that's a point that is debatable.
Oh, if I could jump in here for a minute, I'd like to support Rob's comment concerning, one other town is lawyered up and we have a town select board that is concerned. Lawyers, and my brother is one, lawyers operate from an adversarial position. That's their job. It's my client against your client. I would like to think that we're all in this to try to do the best thing for our kids. And so I also think it would, if we had, I think the absolutely last thing, like way down the scale, is getting involved in a court and a legal battle. I believe it would do long-term damage to our school community and to our individual towns. And I would like to do anything to avoid a court battle. I'm sure Attorney Mube is looking at this like the board is his client and the Lincoln lawyer is their client and it's us against them. And so we have to set up this legal struggle. That's how the lens lawyers look through. And I don't want to look through that lens.
I don't necessarily disagree. And I just for a point of clarification, I'm not offering you my opinion on what the board should do in terms of voting or not voting or do this or don't do that. This is a direct response to questions posed by board members. And for that matter, Mr. Mube isn't even at this point saying you should or shouldn't do something. This is simply offering clarity from his opinion on what authority the board does and does not have as they consider what option to take.
Is it possible to keep moving?
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're gonna have to keep moving or we're gonna be really late.
Works for me. All right, Steve Rooney is up with the next question. What's the backup plan if the proposal is voted down? And really, as it stands now, the backup plan is to work as we've been doing, sort of from year to year and responding as the financial picture unfolds, right? FY23 looks worse probably than FY22 and then FY24. So it's going to ebb and flow a bit over the next 5 years. So the backup plan is really to respond as the situation unfolds. And of course, along the way, working hard to minimize any of the negative impact on our students. But I do expect, as you could see in some of the earlier presentation, I do think we would be gradually increasing class size, reducing support and services for students if a merger were to take place. Sorry, this gets to the next question. There was another question about, would Addison Northwest have to be sold on the innovation centers given their distance from Addison Northwest schools? And I don't see it necessarily working that way. So if a merger does happen, the board of the newly formed district, along with the administration of the new district, would be in a position to decide the fate of the schools, including the innovation centers. So as long as their actions are consistent with the newly drafted articles of agreement, they can take whatever action they think is necessary. That means the innovation centers could be moved to different buildings, they could be done away with altogether, or they could be kept as they were upon forming. So a lot of latitude pending something written into the new articles of agreement in terms of what those innovation centers would become. And then the last question here was, what about the bond debt carried by Addison Northwest? And so pending, again, something different in the articles of agreement, upon merging, that debt would be was carried by each of the forming districts, right? So Addison Northwest's debt and the Mount Abe debt would become the responsibility of the new district. That's how it worked when we merged here within MAUSD. And for a reference point, in 2021, the principal balance on debt in Addison Northwest is just under 10.5 million. And in 2021, the principal balance on debt in MAUSD is just over 1.5 million. And I broke that down for us just for reference. It's a little under 500,000 at Robinson and a little over $1 million at Lincoln is the debt that we carry. We don't have any other long-term debt on any building.
So Patrick, you may have this further down in your list, but I was also curious to get a picture of what FY23 looked like in similar format to the cartoon maps that you did of the schools in FY26.
Yep. We've been working on that in the presentation for tomorrow night around the budget, but I can pull it up over here really quickly.
Well, just also to say that I'd be interested to see that same side by side that Andrew was looking for done for FY23. And the main reason I have that interest is because people have talked a lot about how much time we have to wait. And I think understanding what FY23 looks like, I know there's a lot of projection to get there, but understanding what FY23 looks like gives people an understanding of what they're, what cliff we're driving over if we don't make decisions soon. Because this is soon. This is not this budget vote in March, but next budget vote.
Yeah, so I think what you should be seeing now is the slide that we put together that speaks to that, Steve. And we put sort of best case and worst case in quotations because it's not really best case, worst case, but it's sort of more extreme.
Waiting study or no waiting study or
multiple factors. So waiting study, some projections about what percentage of the students that are newly enrolled in home study come back.
Right.
There are a few different factors at play in the best case and the worst case scenario. And then we have sort of what we're kind of shooting the middle here and what we think is perhaps likely looking at FY23. So really, we're looking at anywhere from $500,000 to $4 million over the spending threshold if we didn't make some changes. And the sort of middle of the road looking at just over 2 million. So I think this was the idea you were looking for around FY23, right? Looking at it in a similar format.
Correct. It might be, there might have been a stab taken at the staffing levels as well, which I think you did in the other spreadsheet you sent out to us. So I was sort of able to pick it off of that, but people would have to kind of know where to look for that to see it directly.
Okay, yeah, I could do that for the sake of conversation now. The projected column here of the just over 2 million over the threshold, that represents somewhere in the ballpark of 25 positions, and the closer to 4 million is in the ballpark of 50.
Okay.
So talking about the waiting study, there was a bill read, or it may be in committee now for the waiting study. And is that still consistent with our concern that we're on the negative side of any outcome of that being adopted?
Yeah, I don't know that I've seen the specifics of what you're talking about. I was prior to the session starting, the authors of the report gave sort of a presentation to a group of people. I don't know if it was just superintendents or if there were others involved. Kind of walk through the different options. So what we've been building our numbers on are based on some of the details of the study at that time. I don't know if it's evolved any from there to where it is now. I suspect not yet, though I'm sure there's still possibilities for it to evolve a bit. So it's definitely a bit of a moving target still, but this is based on pre-session information regarding the waiting study.
So this was part of the conversation at the VSBA board meeting, and the bill that was introduced by Representative Sibilia did soften the impact on many school districts, likely ours, the negative impact. And my conversation with the speaker and a group of legislators the other day, there is efforts to phase this in or soften the blow to school districts that are negatively affected. In particular, Addison County, all the Addison County legislators met with the speaker and had a conversation about this. So it is a moving target, as Patrick explained, and we can be hopeful that it's going to be softer than projected at this point, but nothing's been passed or signed into law.
So there are already, I shouldn't call them escalation, but phase-in factors in the bill that I saw anyway. And then there is just a transcript of all the factors is what I was curious about. So Dave, you're kind of alluding that stuff may be modified.
Yeah, so it goes through a legislative process, which is messy and a lot of testimony, and we don't know what they'll come up with. But I do think that the Addison County legislators are working hard on our school's behalf, and I do think that there's a strong desire to put the weighting study in place, but there's also a desire to protect school districts where it'll be negatively impacted.
And for what it's worth, the FY23 projected column, and Floyd, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we anticipated half the impact of the weighting study there in anticipation of a phase-in approach. So that's accounted for to some extent in that FY23 projected column.
Patrick, on the revenue side under best case, why is that a 0?
Floyd, you want to weigh in on that? I'm trying to remember.
Outlining the use the same $400,000 fund balance that we're to offset again next year, which gives us that revenue line. And we wouldn't have the increase in the SPED block grant that we're showing in the projected line or column that would come with a weighting study. We would get the hit to the equalized pupil, but would also recognize that $250,000 bump in our SPED, special education block grant.
Okay, that's fine. I realize it's very complex to get to these numbers, and I just wanted to be sure that wasn't some kind of a typo.
And then to just flow out to the worst case scenario, you're seeing a drop of 150. And where does that number come? That's assuming that we have 0 fund balance. 100% of the weighting study would come in that worst case scenario, meaning it's all applied, and we would realize the increase in the block grant funds also for a net loss of revenue of 150,000 in that instance.
Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, if I go back to the other document.
I'm good.
So I think that addressed the questions that Steve raised. Kevin, again, thought it was good to look at all the board's options. Agreed with the request for council. Also wanted to get an understanding of what modifications might need to be made to modify the bylaws. I think that's a work in progress still. But in terms of the board authority, again, Mr. Mube's opinion was that the board has the authority to repurpose schools. If Article 16 needed to be modified, his opinion is the board has the authority to make the necessary modifications. And as I said before, that opinion is supported by counsel at Vermont Agency of Education. And it was coming from the council that assisted MAUSD and many other districts in drafting our articles of agreement. We're still working on the busing question, and the most notable concern being Starksboro and their geographic distance from some of the other locations. So that also is in process. So I'll have more to share on that a little bit later. But I can just do a check-in here, Kevin, to see if I'm on the right track with the questions that you raised.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Krista was really focusing on the option that has come up sometimes and wanting to dig a little deeper into the idea of Mount Abe closing, keeping the elementary schools open as K-8 schools and tuitioning out our 9-12, and really just crunching the numbers on that, what it looks like. There's a legal component to that I have information on, and we're working on the details around the rest of that with staffing implications and the financials. So I'll have to come back at a later date with more information there. But it is important to note that because within Article 10, there's an article that speaks to that MAUSD will operate grades pre-K through grade 12. If we're changing the grades we operate, that requires a vote of the 5-town electorate. And we believe it also needs permission from the Agency of Education to change our grade configuration. So there's a two-step process there that would need to take place. So knowing that's a partial response, I can pause to see if there are any questions there.
What do you think your time frame might be, Patrick, in being able to flesh that out a little bit more?
I think by our next meeting, which isn't entirely clear, like probably not next Tuesday, just a few days away, but I know we're probably going to be talking about some additional meeting dates coming up. So whatever the first of those other dates are, I think we're close enough we can have it ready.
Thank you.
Patrick, does this option, is this the one that has the middle school moving back out to the elementary schools?
Correct. So we would have 5 K-8 schools and not operate a 9-12 high school. So basically, the building that is Mount Abe would be vacant, and we would, as a district, we would need to determine what to do with that. Most likely sell it for whatever the market is for a building like that.
And does this anticipate we would be trying to educate the 7th and 8th graders, the poor 7th and 8th graders who are being sent back to their elementary schools with K through 6 level teachers? Or are we going to repopulate those schools with with more 7th and 8th grade teachers?
Yeah, so what we would do is it would, at least the initial thinking is, for example, if we think about some of the smaller schools, I think the numbers that I've run so far show 18 7th and 8th graders combined at Lincoln out in FY26. So that would be one section. And so we would have one section of English, one section of science, one section of math, one section of social studies. As I envision it now, and again, we could talk about exactly what that would look like, but the current thinking would be those 18 7th and 8th graders would be in a room together. An English teacher would come in and teach an English lesson. Kids would stay there. A math teacher would come in and teach a math lesson. Science teacher would come in and teach a science lesson. Social studies teacher would come in and teach a social studies lesson. And
then get in the car and drive to the next school?
Right. So there's a licensure piece. So there are 3 different licensures, and they kind of mix. There's most common in an elementary school is a K-6 license. So if I'm an elementary classroom teacher, I'm licensed to teach kindergarten through 6th grade. Most common license in a secondary school is a 7-12 license. So I'm licensed to teach kids in grades 7 through 12 in social studies or in math or in science or in English. There's also a middle level license, which is far less common, but enables someone to teach again in the same subject. So it's a middle level science endorsement that I believe is grades 5 through 9. But nevertheless, at the secondary level, it's discipline specific. So unless we had somebody, for example, that was licensed at the secondary level for math, English, science, social studies, which might exist, but I don't know I've ever met one. It's got to be multiple people for portions of time delivering those subjects. And so that's when we get deeper into the conversation, there's a dollars and cents component to this. And the question that we're still trying to get all the details fleshed out as best we can to answer of, does it save the dollars we need to save, is a part of it. And the other part is, what does that look like for students, and is that what we want? And that's part of the conversation we can dig into when we have it a little more fleshed out.
Caleb has his hand up.
Yeah, just a quick one, Patrick. Do you think that we could operate that K through 8 at fewer than 5 towns? Like, if in addition to going through the process to potentially not operate 9 through 12, if we did seek, permission from towns to close schools, and say one town said they wanted to close their elementary school for whatever reason, do you think that we could potentially operate in 3 or 4 buildings for that K through 8, or would we really require all 5 buildings because of the numbers with the extra 2 grades?
I'm not entirely sure I understand the question, but my thinking goes to, by no means do I think we have to spread our 7th and 8th graders out across 5 different schools.
Okay, so we could potentially fit all, yeah, that's what I meant. Like, could we fit a projected K-8 population in, say, 4 schools? 4 of our traditional 5 elementary schools.
Oh, I see.
Assuming one of them was Bristol.
Yeah, I'd have to run the numbers, but just coming from a place of knowing that we can fit all of the students we currently have technically into Bristol and Mount Abe alone makes me think that, yeah, we could probably put K-8 into fewer than 5 buildings, whether that's 4 or 3. I'd have to do a little more digging, but yes. All right, I can move on if there's no other questions here then. Rob had, again, the question of is this legal? And again, according to Mr. Mube, it's legal. I think I've referenced a little more detail as to why up above. So I think that the other responses address that question more fully. The other question was around the numbers regarding ratios of multi-level tiered support system and how many people meet with kids directly versus how many are more behind the scenes. And so I asked Katrina to take the lead on this one. Katrina, if it works for you, I'll share your document because I have it right here as a tab, and then you can walk me through and you can tell me when to change what we're looking at. So I'll turn it over to Katrina.
Really much like what the board has been looking at all meeting, you're probably going to need more time to preview this yourself, but I'll give you a little bit of an update on how we came about creating this document to answer the questions. So as I'm sure you can imagine, the task was more complicated to tease out than it may at first sound. Sounds familiar all night long. I don't know of an employee in this district who isn't here to support the education of students putting 100% into their work and cares deeply about kids, whatever their role. So what we did was take the staff list in terms of job titles from the documents that you've seen already from Patrick, reworked them into an alphabetical order, and to first answer the question of direct versus indirect service to students, it was important that we provided a range. So when you think about how teachers may work directly with anywhere from 12 to 80 students a day, ranging from maybe a 75-minute block with different groups of kids to 6 hours with the same group of students. Also, educational assistants may be assigned to as few as 1 student a day or are responsible for supporting an entire class. Instructional coaches work directly with an advisory of students every day at Mount Abe, while others team teach with teachers every day during a math block, and then still others might provide one-on-one assessments to students as needed. So I'm just telling you all of this to kind of give you a picture of the range that we needed to come up with, settling on a frequently, occasionally, and rarely sort of a benchmark to give you a sense as best that we could. It's imperfect, as everyone's day is different, but we tried to land on what's most normal in terms of contact time for our staff with kids. So that describes how we came about our estimations in that first column. Next, we provided the FTEs or full-time equivalents for those positions in the middle column. Again, taking it from Patrick's documents. I did tease out a couple of positions to make them a little bit more clear. Not very many, but I think I pulled social worker out of guidance just to tease a couple of those out. And then lastly, this was probably even the harder one for me, is to finish answering the question, taking a stab at labeling which tier in a multi-tiered system of support the role focuses most of their time. Again, not a perfect science, but looking at who spends most of their time in universal, which is to be responsible for core instruction, what all students receive and are entitled to. Targeted, which is when a small number of students may need additional support to meet proficiencies, often briefer in duration. Or intensive, a deeper individualized intervention meant to close the achievement gap for a student over time. There's so much more that goes into a multi-tiered system of support, and I know Patrick spoke to it earlier this evening. You can also definitely give it a good Google and you'll get all kinds of more information. I know we've presented it in the past, but sometimes we come in and out of some of these acronyms here. MTSS might be a little bit rusty. There are many roles that span across all tiers in terms of their expertise and their purview, and others whose roles aren't applicable for a distinction like that, such as our accountant. So consider a special educator who is definitely trying to work with their students on their caseload, and there's some intensive intervention happening, but they're also responsible for ensuring that the classroom teacher has the support and the skills and the consultation that they need to be successful in a universal core instruction setting and also in a small group setting. So that's an example of a role that really does span over across all tiers. And I will say that in nearly 30 years as an educator, I can think of many, many examples where all it takes is for a student who may be struggling to identify a trusted adult in their school, such as a custodian, who then becomes a critical member of that child's support plan by checking in with them in the morning, checking in with them in the afternoon, and then maybe even earning a lunch with that employee at the end of the week. So I would certainly not call that support of wrapping around a child not applicable. So it's hard for me to rate these positions, and that's what I'm trying to explain. But to stay general and go with what's typical, these are the distinctions that we arrived at.
Patrick, while you're scrolling down, can you clear me up on what portion of special ed is revenue neutral?
So keeping with the theme of simple questions that have complicated answers, most expenses in special education, so those are expenses that do not exceed, I believe 60,000 is now the threshold, and I'll have Susan weigh in as needed here. Any expenses up to $60,000 are reimbursed, I think, at 46% of that
Actually,
amount.
56%.
56% of that amount. Costs that exceed 60,000 are reimbursed at 95%. And so a student whose needs cost $100,000, the first 60 are reimbursed at 56%, and the next 40 are reimbursed at 95%.
And to further complicate it, we don't have any choice as to whether or not we employ folks to handle whatever special needs we need to address.
Yeah, so as the IEP teams meet and they determine the supports that are needed for the student to be successful, those decisions become binding, and we are required by law to meet those needs and provide those services.
Okay.
Which is why it's really critical to have really well-trained LEAs attend those meetings, because they have their eye on processes and procedures to ensure that we're not over-promising in certain areas or under-promising for students.
Susan, can you just introduce a new acronym? Can you flesh that
Yeah,
out?
sorry. Yeah, so it's required by federal and state law that all IEP and eligibility decision meetings are overseen by what's called an LEA, or a local education agency representative. And that person has to have knowledge about special education law, as well as knowledge of the funding mechanism that we have in place.
And I kind of bring that up just to kind of, I know special ed can get on this list, these kind of lists sometimes, and they're on your staffing lists, and people may ask, why aren't we, poking at that pocket? And there's lots of restrictions around it, is my only real point in bringing this up.
And honestly, the best way to poke at that pocket is a preventative action, right? So our universal supports first, making sure that those are the very best they can be, and we provide all the supports we can there. And that's true for the special education need, but all need, right? The best approach to address student need is to prevent that need from developing, and that happens at that universal level. Then having really strong targeted interventions is the next step. And if those are unsuccessful for ideally a small percentage of our students, we have that more intensive level where interventionists and special educators, and we're starting to use the term interventionist to include both interventionists as we've come to know them, literacy interventionists, math interventionists, but also to include special educators in that interventionist category, because that is exactly what they do. And as Act 173 hopefully moves toward a decision point, the funding will enable us to even more so consider interventionists and special educators really symbiotic and allow them to work more fluidly with students. So good things on the horizon. We're just trying to get there. So Rob, I guess I want to turn it to you to see, this was an attempt to respond to your question. I want to see where we hit the mark and where we might have missed it. If there's any follow-up information, we might work to prepare for another meeting.
No, I think I just want to, sit and take a look, and I'm still sort of learning the whole MDSS as it applies to MAUSD. So I really appreciate the work behind that, Katrina and company. So thank you very much.
Great. I'll move us on then. So next up was Kristen. Kristen wanted to invite Addison Northwest to form a merger study committee. So you'll see an action for that on tonight's agenda. In addition, Kristen was interested in not having sixth graders move 2 or 3 times in a 3-year period. And I completely agree. And taking a look at that, I think it's very feasible to modify my recommendation to not have sixth graders in 3 different buildings in 3 different years. Well, they'd be sixth graders into 7th and so on. So I think that makes great sense. It's certainly best for kids. And I think we can still achieve the savings we need to in that window of time to be able to make that happen. Kristen, was there anything more there before I move on?
No, thank you, Patrick.
Welcome. And then,
may I?
Sure.
This is Liz. I would like to also add that from the Addison Northwest District, from their last agenda, it has not been approved yet, but it looks pretty good. And it says, they wrote that there was no, under their future planning section, that there had been no change in possible merger talks with MAUSD, but they are ready to begin discussions when and if they are. So they, in a meeting that they had recorded, they were all just, I think on the 14th of last month in December, they were very supportive of the idea and very interested, kind of just waiting on us.
The next question was Sarah McLean's. 2 parts. The first one was wanting me to take steps necessary to meet with the teachers union to get the documents that we looked at in executive session available to the public. And I was able to do that. I met with the union on January 7th after a fairly lengthy conversation looking at that information. We agreed there is definitely risk in that information being out. However, the benefit outweighs the risk in our perspective. And as a result, I was able to share those documents with the community members that had requested them. I shared them with the entire MAUSD staff, and I'm happy to share that upon request going forward. I haven't distributed them broadly through Front Porch Forum or Facebook, etc. I think it's complicated in the absence of context to make a lot out of those. So in an effort to not introduce less clarity, I haven't distributed those broadly. That's something we could certainly talk about, the pros and cons of doing that. If we were going to distribute those documents more broadly, I think it would be best done in an opportunity to set some context for them as well, so that people can make heads or tails out of what they're looking at. But I think that has happened, so I feel good about that. And she also was interested in getting legal analysis regarding Article 16. And again, Mr. Mube's opinion is he hasn't necessarily weighed in on whether or not Article 16 has to change, but has weighed in on if it does need to change, that the board has the authority to do so. And then, sorry, Liz, I haven't got a chance to start on your question yet, but it's there. I haven't lost it, and I can have that ready for a future meeting as well.
No problem. Thank you very much for the time you took on all of this.
Sure. And so I can try to answer any last questions. And if there aren't any, I can turn it back to Dawn. And I'll stop sharing my screen now so that we can see more faces.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other board members with hands up or.
So I have a
that
question, I guess is the best way to put it, or a proposal or something that I would like the administration to look at. So I think that we could have an agreement with Addison Northwest to put 7, 8, and 9 in one school and 10, 11, and 12 in another school. We could do that without merging. It'd be an administrative agreement between the boards. At least at first, it would move the district towards what is it seems to me from the survey questions, my brief ability to look at those, that is the least objectionable or the most encouraging step forward that we can take, and would allow us to save some money without votes of people in the district. That would clearly be within the power of the Virgins board and our board to make that move, and would seem to me to have the most public support of anything we might do at this moment in time. That when we build a budget, we look at it has been disturbing to me to look at a per pupil cost in Bristol of 16,000+ and in Lincoln of 28,000+. And so to look at budgeting short term, to have pull out construction, bond, and special ed costs, and some number, 16,000 per pupil spending to each elementary school in the district, and see what that looks like in terms of staffing and class size and ability to deliver program and servicing to students. It seems to me that it's a bit inequitable to have students in Bristol, expenditures for students in Bristol at 16,000+ and in Lincoln for 28,000+, although I suspect that some significant part of that difference is construction and bond and sped costs that I suggest we pull out in terms of figuring future per pupil budgeting for our 5 elementary schools. That we proceed immediately with some of the innovations indicated in the video that the superintendent presented to us for use in our schools. And we do that in all of our elementary schools. And we move forward with innovation to the best of our ability to bring greater educational outcomes for our students. And we proceed also with innovations for building use. I just went through a board retreat with the State Association of School Boards, where they talked about activities that school boards do that we don't do. For example, discussing dress code, the literature list, the budget, discipline policies, goals tied to equity, and curriculum issues. I was most struck when I joined the board that we had no financial committee or budget committee. Even other school districts in Vermont operating under policy governance do have budget or finance committees. But that we proceed with innovations for building use, coffee, having seniors come in for coffee in the morning, rentals to state and local government of vacant space in these buildings, and other ways to bring community efforts into the buildings. So when and if we need to close these buildings, we have already begun the transition of community use of those buildings and community support for what we need to do in terms of closing schools in the future. So that's what I would suggest for a path forward. I know that some of it may be impossible, and some other pieces people may have better ideas. But I think it was Steve who asked for Plan B, and this would be my Plan B. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Is there any other responses to Patrick's presentation of information or anything else that was brought to the board members' mind that they would need for additional information? Liz?
When I saw the bonds on Starksboro and Lincoln and I looked in our agreement, it wasn't entirely clear to me what happens with those if we were to close one of those schools. So that would be helpful to know more about. Thank you.
That's a pretty quick response. If we closed a school, my understanding is if the town were to buy that for $1, the town assumes the debt on that building.
Dawn. It's Krista. I just wanted to make a comment that I think this has been a really helpful process, that the level of information we're getting, continues to help evolve our own thinking and understanding. And I appreciate the time that's put into it, and I've been on the board for a while, but there are some pieces to what we've heard tonight that are new for me. So I'm just grateful that we're working through it in this really deliberate way. And I think, I just think it's really, really helpful, and I appreciate the work that's going on behind the scenes to provide this for us.
Thank you. Sarah McLean?
Yeah, I also really appreciate these presentations, and I need a lot more time with them, especially the survey results. But I do want to highlight something that has popped up just in the brief presentation, and the very short time that we were able to be presented the survey data and then digest it and then figure out how to move forward, is something that seems very apparent, and I forget who else had mentioned it while we were reviewing the survey data, is that it seems clear that there is that there are differences in values between different towns. As much as we want to just erase town lines, when we look at the data town by town, I am left with the question of how do we reconcile, or how do we move forward when different towns have different sets of values? And then I go to the next level when I think about finances, to the point of the numbers that we're seeing, and the only numbers that have been presented to us from the administration, which shows, Bristol elementary students cost this amount, and then the opposite extreme is Lincoln. Is what is the burden of a town like Lincoln on the district, and what is the benefit? And I'm just talking quantitatively, not qualitatively. I know that we're all part of this district, but I'm interested in knowing the burden and the benefit to the district to have Lincoln as part of the district. That's just something that a question that I ask myself when I look at the survey data with the differences in values.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Liz has her hand up again, and then I'll go to Rob. Sorry.
That was kind of where I was getting at with the question that I asked. So if that's something you're already thinking about, that's great. I just would like to point to that difference in the spending from what I could see from our agreement was that there was a promise made in Act 46 that we would try to promote equity as well as possible amongst all of our schools. And so this is an example, one of many examples that I've found of that trying to be accomplished since we became a district in a way that we, for instance, in Bristol support Lincoln. So that's kind of where I'm getting at with the idea of what's the relationship between our schools.
Okay. And Rob.
I mean, since we're not making any decisions on this proposal in the next week, will we have more opportunity to send some more detailed questions along to Patrick and folks? Is this the last chance?
No, we're going to talk a little later about a time frame and present an idea to bounce off to see where people are. So this is not the last time. Once we get to the time frame discussion, it'll be you'll understand a little better.
And one piece I'll add there, relatively straightforward clarifying questions. I think, emails trying to understand, I think we can respond to pretty effectively. But I would just, encourage the board to also acknowledge that sometimes a simple question, as we've discovered tonight, requires days and teams of people to get answers to. And to the extent that we can, and I want to be reasonable too, but to the extent that we can, for questions to come from the board as a whole, as opposed to individuals, is encouraged, because there's a lot of other work out there beyond pursuing these questions specific to this situation as we navigate a pandemic and all the other factors that are very real. And I want to be responsive, but I also want to make sure that all the other work that is so important is getting done. So if we can be making those requests as a board to the extent possible, that's appreciated.
Rob, I'll go back to you one more time, Rob.
Great. Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Patrick. I guess one question I have to ask you, because it's been keeping me up. From the redacted documents that were originally released to then the ones that are more public, and shuffling through those spreadsheets, I have multiple questions regarding that. But one that's troubling, it's the tab where it's, I guess, basically says 2K5, a 6A to 912 with merger, without merger. And it up in the upper left-hand corner, it's labeled as total anticipating savings from closing 3 elementary schools and MAUSD for FY23. And I'm just trying to figure out that tension between that word closing and repurposing. And if you have an answer.
I do. So that looks at the savings from closure. And if you looked in my presentation, in the repurposing, it shows putting dollars back in that reflect the cost of the use of the buildings for repurposing and the staffing. So I can't add the cost of the innovation centers to that cost already being reflected in the savings earlier, right? I have to be careful not to double count figures. So I had to start from a place of, if those schools were closed, these are the savings that we would realize. And then I'm going to add back in the staffing and facilities costs for the innovation centers to give an accurate representation of what the financial impact is. So that's how that works.
Okay. All right. Did that answer it? Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to try and keep us moving along because we still got a lot to talk about, and I don't want to be here till midnight. The next is an action item to form a merger study committee. So really, you'll need a motion to start this discussion.
I have a motion.
Okay.
It's gonna be a little long because, we're not proposing this lightly or for small reasons. And I just want to show that we're putting student needs first. So there's a little preamble and then there's the actual motion. So I just wrote up, after considering and analyzing current assumptions and data, the MAUSD board is concerned about projected future revenue decreases, which will create a need to cut staff, academic programming, student resources, and opportunities at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. The board is concerned contracting resources will create a situation where the Mount Abe Unified School District will not be able to meet the academic or social and emotional needs of all MAUSD students, or allow adherence or successful compliance to the MAUSD ends policy. This data includes continued declining student population over time, which will decrease revenue, chronic stagnant academic achievement for students qualifying for free and reduced lunches and students on IEPs, and state and national economic impacts on educational funding due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Paragraph 2. In light of the aforementioned considerations, I make a motion that the MAUSD board invite the ANWSE board and any other possible interested school district to create a merger study committee, the hope for which is to clarify if a merger of districts would positively benefit the students of MAUSD by avoiding the negative outcomes mentioned above, and instead allow the creation of enhanced academic and social emotional resources, supports, and opportunities for students, along with increased fiscal stability.
Nice. So that's your motion.
That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Dave Sharp, seconds. Okay, now just discuss. So I'm going to go back to my little discussion list to see, just to try and keep us moving here. So I don't think Annie Denny's here, so I'm going to go right to Sarah LaPearl.
I am totally interested in a merger study and have been for a long time. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, thank you. Liz?
I very happy to get that information going. I think both of our communities, or both of those districts, communities of those districts will want and be very interested in that information. Thank you.
Okay. Andrew?
Sounds like a great idea.
Okay. Caleb? Oh, Caleb's still here. Are you still here, Caleb?
Yeah, I'm here. Just gotta unmute. So I like the motion sounds reasonable. I last week, after saying we weren't gonna make a decision, I think this is a confusing message, at least for me, because the proposal has merging with Virgins as phase 2, more or less. So after saying we weren't going to take action, now we're taking action on basically a necessary step to move forward with the part of the proposal that we're in theory still deliberating. So this step should happen, but honestly, it feels premature to me. I mean, we've seen the survey results tonight. Really appreciate the job that was done putting those out there, but obviously it's very new to everyone. This question is, I haven't had a chance to digest that yet. And yeah, so this feels too soon to me. I can't support this at this time, but I think that once our board works through everything we've been talking, this is kind of a new action item to me a little bit. I wasn't expecting to see it quite this quickly. So anyway, that's just it. I think that it's, if we decide to move forward with this proposal, it seems like a necessary step, but to do it in advance of our decision feels pretty confusing to me.
Thank you, Caleb. Steve?
So I think that whether we move forward with a proposal or not, I think at some point in time, people are going to want this information. I also think our timeline that we have for executing it, if it does happen, if we wanted to try to keep kids from having to move 3 times, it's pretty far out there. Patrick, what was the earliest you thought if we were to crack the whip and get this going right away? FY24 maybe?
Yeah, FY24. I don't really think it's practical to think a change, the merger could happen and take effect by 23. I don't think that's practical. Just thinking about our study last time around, I think we took a year to a year and a half for the study. And then there was another several months of informing folks ahead of the vote. So realistically, it's a year and a half-ish, or maybe more process start to finish. So that has me thinking FY24, which even that may be somewhat aggressive.
So, in the amount of time that it's going to take to even execute the merger, and since it's a study committee and nothing that comes out of it's going to be binding on anybody, I think that I'm all in favor of getting it going and getting the information out of it, good, bad, or indifferent, and whether we decide to act on it or not is a separate item.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Kevin?
Thank you for writing such a well-written motion, and I am supportive of it. I would ask that you drop COVID. I consider COVID a short-term issue, as opposed to something that should influence this decision. But other than that, I think it's great.
Okay. Thank you. Dave Sharp?
I seconded the motion. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the preamble, but the motion I support, and I supported and seconded it because similar to the comments that Steve made, this is a long-term thing. We're not. I understand Caleb's concern about rushing forward, but you can't. The mergers take a long time, and this is a study committee that's got to unearth a lot of concerns and work through a lot of issues in order to come to any kind of proposal to bring to the boards, let alone the voters.
Okay. Kristen, do you want to add anything, or can I just keep going along?
You can keep going.
Okay. Sarah McLean?
I think it's a good idea to have the study committee. I do think it's premature. It seems like, rubber stamping momentum for phase 2 of a proposal in which we've put on hold. So I would like to, we only have so much bandwidth. We only have so much time together. Even I know this would be another committee. So I would prefer to focus that time, energy, committee work to a phase 1 of some kind of action.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And Krista?
I agree with the way Steve Rooney framed it, and I support the motion.
Okay. Anyone else have one last thought they want to share?
My only question is, do we have any sense of the cost? When we did the Act 46 study committee, it was funded by the state. Again, I kind of think that we're still sort of vetting the proposal. So moving forward doesn't seem right to me now. I hear that I'm in the minority there. But have we thought about what we're going to spend on this effort?
No, it's a little unclear. The grant that was awarded, if I recall right, for the earlier Act 46 study that we did here, I think the grant was 100,000. I don't know that we used the full 100,000, and we might have been getting creative toward the end on how to use those funds. Having said that, I know through conversations with Addison County legislators, there's been some interest in willingness in pursuing some funds from the state level to support a study like this. Exactly what those funds would be and exactly what the cost would be are hard to know, but there's some potential at least to continue that conversation.
So if we vote yes on this motion, are we just basically authorizing to cover that $50,000 or $100,000 if we don't find it from the state? Or do we want to see if there's money available? Because I don't believe there's explicit, there's not programmatic money the way there was for Act 46, put it that way.
Patrick, can the School Board Association help us with this? And do they already have a lot of resources? We've used them before for other things. So I'm thinking they may have resources and that we may not have to pay for because we already paid to be a member of that.
Yeah, I think there are multiple possibilities on sources. Exactly how fruitful they may be is unknown. But I also think, to Caleb's question, from my perspective, investing that 50,000, 100,000, whatever it might be to conduct this study over the next year and a half for something that's going to potentially save $2.5 million a year and preserve programming, if we had to spend it all, still feels like money well spent.
Liz, you had your hand? And then Rob.
I also, it seems like it might come into play that if it's true that I understand that Virgins as a district might be going under the 900 students at some point, that is allowed to even be a district. So they might be I don't know. I just wonder if that would affect funding as well.
Okay. Good question. Rob.
Yeah, sorry, I missed my name being called, I guess, going down the list.
Sorry.
No, yeah, I agree with, I think Sarah and Caleb. I appreciate in the, Kristen, that you said other school districts. I mean, I would love to include Addison Central in this conversation. They're going through the same thing we are, in Addison Northwest. And at what point do we say we can have, you know, amongst 3 school districts, actually one high school that really provides an equitable education for our 9 through 12 learners? I think bringing them into the fray, and maybe it could even look like a different model where they have an IB high school and then there's another high school that isn't an IB track. And then kids in Addison can decide where they'd want to go, what they want to focus on. I would appreciate reaching out to them at some point too, bringing them into this conversation. But at the moment, I think it is preemptive, considering we really haven't discussed the proposal openly. At least I feel, to even have a sense where people land overall on the board, at least.
Caleb, and then I'll come to you, Kristen, okay?
Yeah, I'll just end with saying I would remind this board that we have explicitly authorized money for, say, community engagement, you know, the $12,000 per year that we've paid for our consultant. This is a much bigger ask. This is an ask that was not covered by the local district for Act 46. And to Patrick's point, that it is money well spent if the merger goes through, right? So it's money towards an investment in a decision that has not been made by this board. And so it's not good process and it's not budgeted. And we should assume that we're voting tonight to spend $100,000 on a merger study for a merger that is part of a proposal that our board has yet to act on. So I would urge some restraint here. I think that we could pick it back up soon. I think we're about to have a conversation on timeline, and that it would be better to put off this vote until after, at the very least, a conversation about timeline.
Okay, Kristen, and then I'll go to Steve. So Kristen.
So we've actually, I mean, discussion about this has been happening since I went on the board, which was 10 years ago, about looking at all this. And in fact, I think when Act 46 came up, people did consider that initially, going bigger than just our district. And that just didn't happen at the time because I guess they felt the complexity of just doing the smaller 5 towns, and then so that it didn't happen in that way. So it's not a new idea. Having had kids at the high school now and for the last several years, we need to improve it. And I think most of the conversation that we've been having has been towards elementary students, and I don't want us to forget 7 through 12 students. And I think we need to work. I don't think there's any harm in getting information. It's a long way between us sitting here and merging. It's the getting the information. And even if we get information and decide that it's not beneficial, I think some of the information we get will help with our own practices and perhaps come up with ideas. So again, I think the focus needs to be on the students, and I want to do this for the 7 through 12 students and those who will be 7 through 12 students in the next 3 or 4 years to try to improve their educational experience. So, and I would be willing to be on that committee too. That would be fine with me. So anyway, that's just my thoughts about it. Yeah.
Okay, Steve. You're still muted. Nope, Steve, you're still muted.
there's probably more questions to be answered than funding. You know, we still have to figure out how we're going to organize this committee, how the committee is going to act, what kind of charge it's going to have, who's going to actually participate, their own timeline. When are they going to start talking to Virgins outside of talking to just amongst ourselves? I think some of that work could happen, and we could put some limits on them being authorized to spend any money until the board felt more comfortable with the path this is all taking. But we would at least sort of get a group together who showed interest in participating and set some ground rules.
Thank you. Sarah LaPearl.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't really understand how we would spend money at the beginning when it's just a conversation. So I think that we could be authorized to not spend any money until, and then cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay. Caleb, is your hand up from before, or do you have it up again?
It's up from before. Thanks.
Oh, okay.
Dawn?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Technical difficulties on this end. Kristen, can you read your motion one more time? A little on the slow side. I got about half of it from.
Do you want me to just send it to you, Chris?
That would be awesome.
And I'll cut out the COVID-19 part. Cutting that out, and perfect. I can just send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Unless someone wants to hear it again.
I think we're going to go on what Kristen said, and she's going to cut out the COVID part. So let's move to the voting. So your options are in favor, opposed, or abstaining. So Krista.
In favor.
Okay. Sarah McLean.
Opposed.
Okay. Kristen.
In favor.
Rob.
Oppose.
Okay. Dave Sharp.
In favor.
Okay. Kevin Hansen.
In favor.
Okay. Steve Rooney.
In favor.
Caleb.
I'm opposed.
Okay. Andrew.
In favor.
Liz.
In favor.
Okay. Sarah LaPearl.
In favor.
Okay, and Annie's not here. So we have in favor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favor and 3 opposed. So the motion carries to form a study committee per Kristen's motion there. All right. Okay. The next piece we're going to move on to is an action item to determine the timeline for the facilities decision-making proposal. So in just a second, I'll screen share. I have a little preamble as well that I want to read to you about how we came up with this. So in preparation for this meeting, Kevin and Krista and Sue McCormick and I met to work together to come up with an idea to present to you tonight, so to set out a plan for our work. So we really asked ourselves, what do we need to do over the next 6 months to bring us to a place where we'll be comfortable as a whole board making a decision? We found agreement in the idea that we need to build on what we have done so far. And if we think back to the beginning of all this work, when we talked to all the separate towns, the surprising thing we found out was that the amount of alignment, which got captured really in our community values, we got those 8 community values as a result of all that work. And the other piece was that all these values were also aligned with the district's strategic plan. So we, as a group, thought that this is a strong foundation to build on as we move forward. So we need to set a goal to build our capacity to deliberate as a board and to come to a place of understanding of our responsibilities. It's going to be important to be respectful of our communities and seek out community thinking and innovation and consider it in our work. We also have to be completely mindful that this that it is likely that we will still face a dilemma and some difficult decisions after these months of further study. Our work over these months should build our confidence and give us the comfort in making the decision, no matter how hard the work will be. So we believe, we came to, as a group, that a few concepts and conditions that we all need to come to agreement on to begin this work. And there were really just 3 of them. We wanted to want to come to agreement on the fact that we think a 7-month time frame for further study is what we need. A commitment from board members to meet twice a month. So 1 regular business meeting and then an additional meeting focused on the facilities discussion. And then the final thing, the commitment, is to focus on the discussion and the work on the shared community values we discovered during our community engagement process, and a commitment to a deep discussion and thoughtful consideration, contemplating the current needs and future needs of our whole district. And then we came up with a timeline, and I don't know if I can share that. I see I have share screen, but I don't. Screen. Let's see if I can do it. And let me. There. Nope, sorry, I can't see my tabs. Nope. And I'm new at this. I can't find my tab. There we go. Nope. Where did it go?
Don, I can no longer see your screen. I could for a second there.
Oh, okay. All right. So let me try again. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Well, it's good to bring up what you're going to look at first and then share the screen.
Yeah, I had it and now it's gone. So hang on, let me find it again. Sorry. I'm a newbie at this. There we go. Okay, now I got it. Do I need to open it? Is that what you're saying? Yep, I've got it on the screen. Okay. Okay, so here's what we were looking at for a time frame, and we went so far as to even fill in some sort of guidance or work to work out at each meeting. And Krista and Kevin, please jump in if I've missed something. So February meeting, we're proposing a values discussion and revisiting the student input regarding the values, because there was work done by the students. And then the other part of that meeting is to work through Patrick's proposal with the district-wide values and equity cost lens. And then we've spelled out the March, April, May, and August meetings. May, June, sorry, there's June. We typically don't meet in July. And then at the August retreat to finalize our work and with a, engage with the community ahead of a decision in November. Does that, Krista or Kevin, have I missed anything?
So Don, did you want to share a little bit about the values discussion and how we'll work through that part?
I gotta find.
Or an idea that we had. I see it. It's next to the Zoom tab.
This one? I can't see it. It's blocked, so I have to get. Nope, I got the Zoom
but now you're not sharing anymore.
I got the Zoom tab. Let me open it. Now let me go back. I'll be really good at this next time because I've done it now. Okay. So there. And this is something that we were hoping to use as a sort of worksheet for when we're considering, a recommendation or a proposal. And then sort of mapping it out against our values. And nothing's set in stone. We can make changes to it. But I envisioned it as we would, be able to either use these boxes as check boxes or, fill them in with notes for ourselves as we work through things as a way to guide our discussion. And then, some sort of way to mark out some sort of fiscal cost consideration. I saw these keys being used up in the boxes to to differentiate where we got some information so that we would have a way to look and see, do we get a wide variety of information? And then the last question was, does it support values? And I sort of put some questions there that would frame some of our thoughts and maybe help us through through some of a discussion.
Can I add something, Dawn?
Yes, please.
So when we were meeting, we were trying to think about, or the way I thought about it was that we need to do different kinds of work to move forward. We need and have been getting more information. One thing I was worried about is if we just focused on the information and didn't address community input or values, that it wasn't the whole picture. And so we were trying to find a process that would allow us to keep gathering information, but that would also recognize the other pieces of the work. And Sarah McLean, you mentioned some of that earlier when you talked about the different values in different towns and what does that mean? And I think that is a big part of this whole question that I don't think we've had enough time to really grapple with as a board. And so there's that board development piece that we wanted to try to work on, but within that context of our values. And then we also recognize that we have a lot of community input, but we also have some community members who are actively engaged in problem solving. And so how do we invite that into the conversation so that we're open to the idea that there may be other ways to think about this? And so this process was an attempt to honor that we know we need to do something sooner rather than later. We don't want to necessarily redo everything that's been done, but we want to keep moving forward in a really deliberate way that that ends up being productive. So, and I think also that Sue McCormick can play some role in some of the board development types of, like, a meeting where that's the big focus. I think she could probably help with a facilitation role or help us flesh out more of that values worksheet. So.
And then the other thing, even though it is a community value, is equity has multi-tiers of meanings or implications. And it would certainly be good to step back and think about that as the relationships within the different aspects in the different towns and that sort of thing too.
Don, so this is the basic timeline, which is what we're actually talking about here, is that we would put this off for a November vote. That's the basic proposal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you're suggesting that we would come to a decision at the June meeting as to what proposal we wanted to push forward with?
No, not until the August board retreat is where I think the final decision would be.
Okay. But we would have whatever proposals we were going to consider would be formulated by June.
Correct.
All right.
And the March meeting did have a space in that frame of that meeting to walk through a community proposal or, you know, in the March timeframe. And then there's another time where we asked, do we need anything more in April? So do we need more options? Do we need more proposals? Did we, you know, how are we doing? Kind of check in with ourselves.
Krista, can you unpack for me a little bit how we will be able to harness and incorporate the skill set and the interest of community members who are problem solving into this timeline?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, I just wanted to clarify with John and Kevin what I understood our hope was for tonight was to get approval on the timeline and then invite questions on how it would play out, because I don't think, like, when we met, it was for about an hour and a half and we didn't fully flesh out what all the parts and pieces would look like. And we, I think, wanted to hear input on that. You know, we tossed around all kinds of different ideas of how to invite those conversations. You know, is it we invite a specific town with a specific proposal? Is it we have some sort of fishbowl exercise where we provide folks with some key assumptions and we observe while they sort of work through, like, well, how do you move this piece and this piece and this piece? And what would you do with these pieces? You know, I don't know if we landed on a particular way. I think that it seems important to have it be a district focused conversation. But beyond that, I don't know, John or Kevin, if you guys had any other thoughts to add to that.
Yeah, as far as additional input, you know, it has run the gamut, and there's things in the back of our mind, but there's I'm not really sure how they fill them out. You know, students, legislators, along with you know, professionals or in additional community members were professionals maybe in the education arena that are around the area as well. So, you know, the second meeting in March is really where, you know, we step back or conceivably step back and take into consideration some of those alternatives that are kind of churning right now and look at them within the same lens that we're going to be applying Patrick's proposal with.
Caleb.
Yeah, I guess that I feel a little unsure that this 7-month delay is worth it. It seems to me this board has taken a few actions in recent meetings. One is to vote not to give towns a vote to close their schools. Another is voting to spend money pursuing phase 2 of this proposal. Another, and this isn't meant as a criticism, but it's just a fact that our board chair wrote a letter on our behalf, the second half of which is broadly endorsing this proposal. And I'm not mad about that, but that's a fact. Transparency hasn't been great in this process, I'm going to be honest. I just don't see why we're going to spend 7 more months. I think this board is at the precipice of making a decision. It seems that the votes are what they are, and that the majority represented by the towns that will keep their schools is able to vote this through. And we have found a lawyer who tells us we don't need any additional permissions. So we seem to have checked that box. So I don't understand why we would take 7 more months, because honestly, it feels like a bit of a charade, and I don't say that lightly. I think if we're at the point that we're at, let's just follow through. I will vote against it based on process concerns, but I cannot imagine what's going to happen in 2 or 3 months to fundamentally change the trajectory of what we're, I think, pretty clearly on here.
Rob.
With this timeline out to November, now that we have at least on our end, here in the district, the study committee attempting to reach out to Edison Northwest. Would that committee have to have results by November then also?
I don't think I have an answer to that. I don't think so, but I don't know that we have an answer to that.
I guess if the answer is no, then what would we be putting forth in November without clearer answers, at least through that lens, just out of curiosity.
Okay. Dave?
So, whoops, I'm still, okay. I think it would be incredibly divisive to decide to move forward. I think it was so incredibly appropriate to table this. The board would be split. We'd have very angry people in the community. We could end up in the courts. So moving forward with the superintendent's proposal, even if eventually it's found to be the right proposal, I would much rather see consensus on this board or close to it. And I would love to see the concerns of the community members answered. If we're going to move forward, we need to do it in a way that embraces the community and brings people in. A vote today or the other day when we decided to table it to go up or down on the superintendent's proposal would have been a huge disaster, and having the time to further evaluate it. And as Kevin said, look at other proposals. I've put one on the table. Other people may have other ideas, and to get input from community members that I know have thoughts that could be supportive of a way forward. Furthermore, we have $100 million on the table for education in Vermont. Now, Lord knows what the details are coming out of the federal government. I asked Peter Welsh to forward those to us as quickly as possible. I was in a conversation with the speaker. As I said earlier, they have no idea what the limitations or indications are going to be on that money. There could easily be more money than that, up to 300 million. So, you know, in terms of like the financial future of our school district is in a big question. I'm not sure that's going to be resolved by August, but I think we'll have a whole lot better idea of where we're going forward. The state revenue now is projected to be just alone in the education fund, $40 million than it was in the earlier projections. So that's going to affect this 9% increase that's projected out of the state education, or actually the state treasurer, the tax department has made this projection. So, you know, there's a whole lot of flux here that we need to work through and maybe come to a consensus around some proposal in August, and then maybe have something ready for voters in November. To try to do something faster than that, to me, seems like a big mistake.
Thank you. Kristen.
Kristen or Krista, sorry.
Kristen,
I had the same problem today when I picked up my order at good times, like, you know, when names are the same, but I got the right order eventually. So I just wanted to say that me voting against having every town vote to close their school was not that I don't think towns should be given that right to vote to close their school. I think I agree with Dave. I think we're going to come up with something in 7 months, or I think that's what you said, Dave, that's different maybe than exactly what Patrick proposed. So I don't understand. I think some members are making assumptions about where people are at that are inaccurate. And anything that it was just mischaracterized. And as we said, it will take, if there is a study committee, it will take 18 months. So Rob, that wouldn't be done by November. We had discussed that earlier. I just think getting information is good. If we don't end up merging, that's okay. But I want to look at what would be best for the students of MAUSD. And I don't think we need to be afraid of just getting information because it has to go for us to vote for it and then for the voters to vote for it. So that's a long process, and it's not aforementioned conclusion at all, or whatever you call it. It's getting late, but I think it's really good to continue, even though it's sort of like fingernails on a chalkboard at this point talking about this. But we have 7 more months of it now, and we can get more information, and I think it's the right thing to do. So thank you.
How about anybody who hasn't had a chance? We're kind of out of order here and going down our list. Andrew, I see you're unmuted. Are you waiting for a chance to say something?
Sure. Yeah, I've got a lot of different thoughts about this. So I guess my biggest concern is this idea of putting it off 7 months sounds a little bit like what a lot of the work we've already done. And maybe in concept, it would be a lot different. I think we have needed more time to understand and absorb the financials and the proposal that Patrick has put in front of us. I think we need more time to look at the data that we saw tonight that was analyzed by Center for Rural Studies. I think it's important information. My concern is that because of the public reaction to the proposal, that people might be using information as a cover for the fear of making the decision. I don't think that may have happened yet. I think we do need information, and I've heard that from the public. But at some point, I think we're going to have analysis paralysis. We're going to continue to hear the same amount of information. It's going to point us in the same direction. And those folks who have made up their minds will continue to have their minds made up 7 months from now. So I don't know where that leaves me on the decision, just that I'm concerned that while we continue to think about and have these discussions, we're probably going to see continued staffing cuts through the next fiscal year. Equity will probably only get worse, not better. So anyway, those are my concerns.
Steve?
So I'm not necessarily in favor of more time just for time's sake, but I know for us to put something on a March ballot is very, very short window, and we do have a lot of new information to digest. I think the public needs time to be informed, as I said before, about what they're voting for if they're going to vote against the current proposal. And if we're going to take time, then it may be that somebody can come up with a different blend of moving folks around somehow to solve this in some other way, and so that'll provide that time. My biggest concern is that I haven't heard from Patrick what kind of impact it's going to have to delay his plan if it does end up becoming necessary to implement it, if we wait until November to make the decision. Obviously, if we're not going to do anything and just sort of deal with it as a, the FY23 with just letting the chips fall where they may, then I'm assuming we can kind of just do that as we go along without a lot of extra time being necessary. But if we're going to do a wholesale, repurposing of the district and getting central office into Beaman, et cetera, that's a lot of work. And I would imagine we need every minute we had to execute it if we could. So I'm curious to know what Patrick thinks about delaying till November to make a decision, which means that we won't have any decision. We won't be able to probably execute a plan until the fall of 22, right? Or the fall of 22.
Yeah, I'm happy to weigh in, and I'm still formulating my thinking on it, but my reaction is I'm concerned if we think about it from a November vote that then requires a 30-day period to wait to confirm the vote, we're realistically looking at early December that we have confidence that the vote stands. We then have an April 1st deadline to issue contracts. So that gives us a early December to early April window to map out who goes where, and what contracts get issued. So that causes me some concern. And that's coming from a Band-Aid approach kind of guy. Like I think pulling the Band-Aid off is often the way to do something. However, what gives me a little bit of confidence is we'll know in August what direction the board is intending to go with the November vote, like at least what it's going to put out for a vote. And obviously there will be a lot of work leading up to even the August retreat where that gets confirmed. So I feel like we can begin to build for what is anticipated in the event that it gets approved, and then we can move swiftly. So it's not impossible. It will be a Band-Aid ripping approach. And I'm up for it because of the concerns I have about FY23. So that would be what would need to happen to make the change for FY23. Another approach is whatever happens in November doesn't take effect in FY23, but takes effect in FY24, and we sort of absorb the hit that we're projecting in FY23. I have concerns going that way as well. So I don't know how helpful that is, but that's the way I'm kind of reading it at this moment.
Can somebody just clarify what question we'd be asking of voters? Because that's a little confusing to me. I thought we were putting off a board decision. I know that if we change to like not operating 9 through 12, we need a vote, but we don't need a whole town vote to accept Patrick's proposal, assuming what Mr. Mube says is correct, that we don't need a good, isn't that right? Like, do we need to put something on a full town ballot if it's still operating a pre-K through 12?
In this litigious society, in my opinion, we want to be really crisp on the articles to make sure they're in concert with the proposal.
Can you clarify that, Kevin? I don't know what you mean.
Well, I mean, Lincoln's got lawyers, Starksville's threatened to get lawyers. So this thing could get tied up in courts for years.
What are you saying would be the ballot question?
So
specifically,
me personally, it could be a modification of the bylaws.
To
I don't know. It could be just.
We've never been talking about a full town electorate. It's just a little confusing to me that now we're talking about putting some unknown question on the ballot. I think our process is confusing enough without conflating processes. I'd love somebody to tell me what we'd put on the ballot in November.
We might put a vote to have a town close their school. We could put a vote to have a town close their school on a ballot.
Okay, so we would.
We could. I don't know. I mean, this is all hypothetical. Yeah. We haven't come up with anything yet, Caleb. So we could ask someone to close their school. I mean, that could happen. I mean, I don't know.
Kristen, I'm just saying that there's been a conversation here where we've talked about having a 5-town vote that would take 30 days to confirm. And I'm just trying to figure out what that vote would be because I can't think of one.
We didn't, did we specifically say it was a 5-town vote? I don't think we did that. It would be any vote would need that amount of time to happen. So I don't think we specified what vote it would be.
Okay, the only vote that's not a 5-town vote is the individual elementary permissions. That's the only non-5-town vote that exists. So if we're talking about that, great, but that's a very specific thing. Anything else would be a 5-town vote. However, this proposal doesn't require that to accept it based on the legal advice we've received. I'm just trying to have some clarity.
But we don't know if at the end of all of our stuff that this will be what we end up with, right? That's the whole point of taking more time and asking more questions and getting more information. So,
but if we did, it would not require a 5-town vote, right? If we did,
we don't know. I don't think we know that yet. I don't think we know that. I think we need to talk to Mr. Mube again, or however you say his name.
Patrick?
Yeah, I don't believe, based on my current understanding, that phase 1 would require a vote of the 5 towns. Phase 2 would, because to merge would require that, but phase 1 would not.
Krista?
Well, I guess I'm concerned because I thought this was all, this process is to determine what we're even going to vote on. And so I'm concerned, Caleb, if you're raising questions about a vote that we haven't even decided what it would be yet, that it would derail us from deciding to just take more time to look at this. I guess I'm concerned the direction of this is going in a way that we're getting pigeonholed into it appearing like we're saying something that we're not, or that I'm not intending us to say. I'm just intending to say, hey, can we agree to take some more time to decide what we want to do? As we decide that, I think we'll want to have conversations about what would this look like? What would that look like? Is it a 5-town vote? Is it, I think it's adding to the confusion to get really stuck on what a particular vote's going to look like, since we haven't even decided what our process is going to be.
Dave?
Yeah, so one of the things that might happen that might be part of the discussion between now and August is that from the survey, from emails that I've gotten, the community most receptive and the current smallest student population is New Haven. And so what we might decide as an alternative is to close the New Haven school and move the administration and the pre-K program into the New Haven school and keep operating Lincoln and Starksboro, at least for the short term. You know, I don't know what those numbers look like. I have no idea whether that's a feasible conversation to have at all. But I'm just saying, you know, we have options other than up or down vote on the proposal in front of us. And I think we need time to get some input from people. I have at least 2 people that have knowledge that would be willing to talk to this board and share their knowledge, and figure out what the best future is for our 5-town community, for the students, for the communities, for the taxpayers. And I would vote, because if we're going to have a vote, that's my duty to vote. But I would be very concerned about having a vote for putting something on the March ballot.
Rob?
Yeah, I hope we continue to extend the timeline through November. I think we do have people's attention now, and my hope is that we really honor what people in our community, our faculty and staff. That letter from Robinson, the staff there was beautiful. I really appreciated it. I assumed it took a lot of courage to put that together, in the times that we're facing with the proposal on the table. And so I want to honor that and thank those folks. And we have, let's use this time to our best of our ability, but let's make sure we actually really take in and listen to what people are saying, and try to work with folks if they're bringing really good ideas, and incorporate that in anything we move forward. That's my hope for the next X number of months. If we do decide to extend, which I think we should. So thank you for that. Thank you for that timeline. And one other piece I have is I would just love to have a meeting where, as a board, we just have a conversation about the proposal. No other items on the table. Let's just have an open, honest conversation. I can read between the lines where people land, but I would love to hear why they land where they land.
Thank you. Sarah McLean?
Yeah, so I guess I just would love a little clarity on what we're doing right now. So we received the timeline. I would love it to be able to have that document to look at it. I'm sorry, I keep asking for the documents. I just always do best when I can just keep going back and back and back. Right now, we're approving a timeline based on what you had given us, which outlines 2 meetings a month, one for regular business, one for facility-specific discussion. Each of the facility-specific discussions has a theme or subject or focus. Am I right? And that's what we're discussing now. We're not discussing things that are going to be put on the ballot. We're thinking backwards about if something were to be on a ballot, whatever that may be in November, we have to work backwards from that. And that's where the timeline is born from. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So can you share that document with us so I can look at that?
Yes, I will. I will share it when we finish this meeting. I'll share it right away, or, or I can let Liz talk and I can try and go do it right now.
Well, I think it's an action item right now. That's the problem. So
Right.
if I'm not able to review the information, make to complete the action, then it's a little tricky. It may be that we want to table this and pick it up at the next extra meeting we're having, and everybody will have had time to look at all the documents we were, subjected to tonight for a first glance, and maybe make better decisions. I don't know.
Yep.
John, when is our next, we have a January 26th meeting, like a regular board meeting?
That's our regular board meeting. I mean,
yeah, maybe we could
table it and just take action. I mean, we've had a discussion, to sort of uncover things. And if people wanted to tweak it, maybe it would be a shorter discussion where we can make some adjustments to the plan and then adopt it at that meeting. I did see Liz had her hand up and Kristen, so I want to give them a chance to weigh in as well. Only I don't know where Liz went. She just disappeared.
Hi.
Oh, there you are.
I support the timeline of waiting till November and making a decision in August. I do recall that phase 2, even as it was the action from it would have only been to form a study committee. And I do think there's a call from our community. And it has always, I'd like to clarify, and so I support the timeline, been an option for us to put a vote out on repurposing. I would like to just make that really clear that it is not, that's an option for us to have people vote on a repurposing. And I definitely don't think that I've put it out there that I'm not interested in a town vote. So I do think we just need this time, because I think that conversation just showed how far apart we are from understanding where each of us are. And if that's amongst us, just imagine in our community. And so for the timeline, the one thing that kept coming to my mind, because there have been studies done, Alberta, Canada, the Chicago public school system has supported their communities in repurposing their schools, not financially, but they're what would be our select board. There's processes that could come to terms to really, is a ton of information out there. And Alberta, Canada was very similar types of schools from us. And they just, in those areas though, they did it on such a massive scale that when they went back 5 years later to see what the results were, it was, it varied, and there's so much more to talk about. And so and that's why I guess even in this moment, I'm having a hard time staying on topic, because there's so much more to share. So as long as what I was really hoping was that our extended timeline would include, I guess I was thinking topic-based conversations. So a topic about what repurposing, when we say something like the property values go down, well, that also means that it becomes more affordable. When we say people go somewhere for a school, well, we would still have, the towns would still be within boundaries of an excellent school. I mean, and that's not like hardened reasons for me to feel a certain way or another, but there's a lot of information that we just haven't talked about topic wise. So as long as we can get a little time, even though it's not necessarily the school board's job in some ways, there are some conversations that we could really have that I think could shift people on there's the concerns. I just feel like a lot of this is like, it gets to the fear of loss. It gets to the fear of all of these issues, but when we're not taking those extra steps in some ways, like we're asking the administration to, we're asking them to say, well, what would it look like next year or the year after? While also they're losing 0.8 positions of a full year-round job in the proposed budget that we're looking at this year. I mean, so what about us as community members, even if this was select board led, having topic-based conversations that could get to that, well, what if that happened, what could it look like? And to not just stop at that fear of loss, frankly, and to look beyond that to the potential futures and not, I really kind of crave a little more conversation at where it's end, its next step for in a lot of ways. And of course, the board is about the next step for the students, but as communities, I feel like it could be really valuable for us getting on the same page to have some of those other next step kinds of conversations. So if maybe that would fit in there somewhere, or we just advocate individually in our towns to have those conversations, I hope that we do.
Kristen Blanchette.
Oh, I think I already spoke, so thank you.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you had your hand back up. Okay, let me get back so I can see everybody. Okay, I need board, oh, Sarah McLean.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a request. I know it might be unreasonable, or I hope it's not actually, and that this time will afford us for this to be reasonable, so that the board can get information, receive information prior to meetings, so that the whole process of reading and digesting and being, just having time with information that we're asked to deliberate on in very short time. It's just, it's not an ideal schedule. I think it would be impossible if we were truly to use the data that we have tonight to make a decision. If we had not met on the 13th and decided to stall any action, it would be impossible to truly digest any of that information. And I hear what Andrew's saying, an analysis paralysis, and but I don't think we're even close to that. I think we haven't had any time with much of the information. And so it would serve this board and our community and our kids in a process if we could receive the information, ideally when the agendas are sent out.
Okay, that's always our goal. And there are just times when the information, we don't have it in a timely manner. So, but that is always our goal, to get it out ahead of the meeting. So,
John, can I ask a question? Oh, I don't know if anybody else is on there. Is it, does it make, could we consider taking action on whether we agree to extend the timeline? And then at the next meeting, flesh out details on it? Or does it not? I'm just thinking about the calendar, or, maybe putting it off to the end of the next board meeting, which is January 26th, doesn't really change this, our proposed process much. So maybe we don't need to do that. I agree, it's problematic to try to take action on something that people are just getting tonight. When I don't think that was our intent. But I don't know if anyone has an appetite to at least agree on the concept of extending the time frame, as opposed to what it actually will look like.
I mean, the reason we developed was to give you something to bounce off of, some rather than the 13 of us sit and try and figure out what it's going to look like. We thought we'd be more productive if we had something to look at and say, okay, well, we're not crazy about this part, or we want to change that part, and come to it together. The other piece that Sue regularly mentioned to us that I don't think we've said is, she reminded us that it's important that we're having this discussion in front of our community, because they get to see us struggle with the parts of it that they are likely struggling with as well. So, Caleb.
I think I could support a motion to just take us out to November. And if maybe we could clarify or just make a request to the superintendent, if we could all agree to that along with it. I think it might be helpful for us at this point to have some clarification about what types of outcomes do require some kind of public vote, be it of an individual town or of the 5 towns, and which categories of decisions do not, according to legal advice that we've heard so far, or that maybe we will hear in executive session. When somebody was saying earlier November, and then Dawn mentioned maybe we'd make a decision at our August board meeting, I know that we haven't made the decision, but in that case, it could be a little confusing, because I think there could be like certain kinds that are not, certain kinds of outcomes that are not, we couldn't decide on our own in August. So if it was really all the way to November, and if we could just get some clarity, because I feel like what I'm trying to accomplish here is that people are throwing out all kinds of ideas about what might take a town vote, what might take a public vote, what might not. And I know I'm confused about it, and I just think it might be helpful for everyone and for voters to have some clarity there, so that we really can say, what is it we're doing with that 7 months?
So, Caleb, was that a motion, or is that just a general
No,
statement?
that's just like a suggestion that if we were to make a motion tonight, it would be helpful for me if it clearly said no decision will be made by anyone before November, so that there wasn't a question that maybe we're going to make a decision as a board in August. And 2, if this board could, since Patrick wants requests to be made by everyone, if this board could agree to formally request some clarification on which general buckets of decisions would require votes of our board versus a vote of an electorate. I hope that's clearer.
Dave.
So I think it's a debate and a potential legal battle. Who needs to vote on what, Caleb? I think the timeline set forth here, it can be extended. We get to August and we haven't figured it out. Or we've made a decision in July and we're ready to go. I mean, and since there's no other election happening in November, it's not like we couldn't mail out ballots in, September and have people vote. There's, as far as I know at the moment, there's no other election happening in November. So, it's all fluid, and I just think the chair and her committee has put together a reasonable timeline that we move forward with that. If you want to table the vote until we've had a chance to look at the documents, I can understand that. I hate voting on stuff when I don't have documents ahead of time. I understand Sarah's concern. So if you want to postpone voting on this timeline until tomorrow night's meeting, aren't we meeting tomorrow night on the budget, or do I have my calendar screwed up? Vote tomorrow night on the timeline, but anyway, I could go on, but I won't.
Steve.
So I wouldn't mind voting tonight on the general principle. I think what we're going to do at each meeting and the whole agenda that's laid out, I think that's tough to debate and vote on tonight, but I think the general concept, now that Patrick says he thinks he can sort of handle that time frame, I'm willing to vote on the general concept of putting it off till November. And I've said all along, I think people ought to vote on whatever we do. So I'm happy to hear whatever information the lawyers have. And I think we could also have a motion tonight to ask Patrick to get the executive session with Mr. Mead going and have that as soon as possible and get that out of the way.
Okay, and Kevin, I think.
So I just want to clarify a little bit as far as the timeline is concerned. People talk, I'm hearing discussion about November, but I would like to clarify that we would keep the meeting schedule and the retreat schedule as well, with a possible decision to go out for vote if necessary in the fall or something. I don't want to lose sight of the lineup for the meetings. If the content of the meeting shifts a little bit, so be it. But I think we need to keep that meeting sequence visible as well.
Caleb, is your hand up from before? Or are you up again? Okay, that's all right. You keep jumping around, so I'm like, oh wait, is his hand up again?
Yeah, my bad. Forgot to put it down.
No. Okay. So it's up to you. Is there a motion?
Nope.
Person
I'm sorry. I'm not going to make a motion. I think I'm going to abstain from this if we move with a motion on it tonight, because I'm a little confused, mea culpa there. But no, I don't have a motion. I was just throwing that out there as an idea because I wanted to see if others were seeking that same kind of clarity. It doesn't sound like it, and that's fine.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve delaying the decision until our August retreat. And that's it.
Okay. Is there a second? Kevin? All right.
I'll second.
All right. Thank you. Any
I'd
more?
like-
Yes, Kevin.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion that we keep the meeting schedule as laid out with the topic guidelines flexible.
I'm amenable to that.
Okay. All right. So the motion is to extend the timeline to the August board retreat and keep the meeting schedule as it's laid out. The content might be different, but the timing as far as the additional meeting per month, keep that.
Yeah,
Rob.
but the meeting agenda is to be determined.
Yep. Rob.
So I didn't get a chance to really look at that original document. So we're going from November now to August?
August in the timeline was originally the August retreat, finalized the proposal, outlined the fall work plan needed to inform and engage with community ahead of a decision in November that was the original, in the original timeline schedule.
I guess what I thought I heard Steve say is that the decision will be made in August.
Well, it will be finalized we wrote finalized, but the content of the meeting, we can decide.
Yeah, I think the idea was that, by the August retreat, the board would know what direction it wanted to take. And then we have 2 months to engage the community about that.
So that gives us 7 months to continue to problem solve, and then we do have to have a final thing, or we'll just keep going, probably.
Got it. Thank you for the clarity. I get it now.
All right, are you ready to vote? Okay, Krista, in favor, opposed, or abstaining?
In favor.
Okay. Sarah McLean?
In favor?
Okay, Kristen Blanchett.
In favor.
Okay, Rob Buckland.
I support it.
Okay. Dave Sharp.
Yes. Whoops. Yes.
Okay, Kevin Hansen.
In favor.
Steve Rooney.
In favor.
Caleb.
Yes.
Okay. Andrew.
In favor.
Liz.
In favor.
Sarah LaPearl.
In favor.
Okay. Motion passed to extend the timeline to the August retreat and keep the meeting schedule with the meeting agendas to be determined. So that passes. Okay.
Dawn,
Yes.
can I just add a process question? So could we put on the end of January board meeting agenda item to review the outline? And between now and January 26th or whenever that meeting is, we would invite board members to provide feedback on the outline.
Yep.
And you said you can send that out to folks.
I think I did. So, and then I'll have it included in the minutes so that it'll be out there as well.
Do we need a motion to put Mr. Mube on the agenda?
I don't think we do because we can executive session, we can handle that. Unless you think, Patrick, differently. Okay. Before we go off of this topic, I do want to take a minute. Dave brought up the letter to the editor, and I have spoken to 2 or 3 members individually, and I just wanted to share about that letter to the editor, what happened to bring about that letter. And we were receiving emails with inaccuracies in them. And I saw a need to share information regarding what was presented at the meetings to attempt to bring some clarity and organization to that information. So the letter was penned and sent out to some members for feedback. Having got that feedback, I then sent it off. It was not my opinion, regardless of what you feel it was not my opinion. It was not meant to be dismissive. It was just meant to share information for people who were unclear about things they thought or they were hearing. So I just wanted to take a minute to share that with you all right now, that it was not my opinion. I did write it on behalf of the board, and I did have some oversight from some members as well. Rob.
Thank you for sharing, Don. I guess my concern is, that some members saw it and then some members didn't, and it's on behalf of the board. I just don't, looking at our executive limitations and that doesn't sit well with me.
There are times when I do write things on behalf of the board, and in the past we have talked about this. One example is the letter that goes in the town report. I write it on behalf of the board, and I share information from past meetings out with the community, and I sign it on behalf of the board, and then I send it after it's sent. We have talked about that as a board, probably before you were on the board, about that, and when I respond and when I let people know. And the message at the time was that I don't have to let everybody know every time I respond to a community member or a request for information, but if it's something that's going to be published, to let you know after it's written. So
I understand. I think maybe it'd be nice to have maybe a process conversation as a board then. Because if some members did see it before it went out and other members didn't, I don't feel good about it.
Rob, can I explain that? So I was board chair for a while, and usually when you do, if the board decides or there's a clarifying letter that needs to go out, like the chair and the assistant chair, whatever it's called, look it over and then do it. Now, I think the crux here is that people feel like it was an opinion piece and that Dawn was supporting something. She doesn't feel like she was. So that's the difference. She felt like it was just a informational thing, kind of like the, which Sarah, we didn't get to this month, the highlights thing that I do. And I run that by about 4 people and say, do these seem accurate? And they go out. Now, no one's ever been angry at me for that because, I mean, that is, and so I think Dawn felt she was doing something factual. And some people don't feel like it was factual. They feel like it was an opinion. So it's even in the board chair thing, whatever it is, thing that board chair can do that to clarify stuff. I mean, I've been doing that to clarify stuff. So I think that's the difference. I think what we need to be careful of here is I feel like people are moralizing on other people or trying to mind read and think that because someone said this or voted on this, that here's where they are, they're in this spot. I think it's a little too, I mean, we're dealing with contentious issues. So I just think we have to always feel like we're all, what's that word? Working from a place of, we're really trying to oh, I forget. Thank you. What's the word, Steve?
Integrity.
Thank you. And so I wish we would all know that. Look at all the amount of time we're all putting into this. We all care about this. And so I guess I'll get back to my point that Dawn felt it was just clarifying information and people disagree. So we can disagree on things, but that's kind of where it's at. So maybe I should stop doing the board highlights, which we didn't do this month because I won't even go into how busy I've been. But so I don't know. And I think people are doing to the best of their ability that they can. So that's just my opinion. And from having been a board chair before, there is stuff that comes up. And if we had to show it to everyone before we had to put it out, it would be unruly. So anyway, just my thoughts.
Sarah McLean.
Yeah, Kristen, I appreciate that perspective. And Don, I hear that. I think it does call into question, like intent versus impact. And, this isn't just like an annual report. This is like a very, as Kristen said, contentious time right now. And we can assume good intentions all we want. And yet when we're reading it ourselves and then also receiving feedback from community members that it's looking like advocacy, I think that it at least acknowledging that, and I think which is what you're doing now, maybe that the intent was not to advocate for a proposal that we have not yet discussed, but yet the impact for many was worrisome that it was a letter of advocacy written by you, on behalf of the board for the proposal through clarification. Like the beginning of the letter read as clarification and the latter part of the letter read as more as advocacy. So I just appreciate the distinction of intent versus impact.
Okay, thank you. Dave?
So I guess where I'm coming from is I'm uncomfortable when I get a number of people either in written emails or in phone calls accusing me or suggesting that I hold a particular position because something appeared in the newspaper on behalf of the board. And how did I vote on that? Where was my position on that? That the chair should express it that way. So it's my uncomfortableness with what people are perceiving me to have support for an opinion that they believe was expressed on behalf of the board in the local newspaper. So, I don't ascribe I try not to ascribe intent to anybody. It's what is factual. And in this case, it was the reaction of people who read this in the paper and their reaction to me.
Thank you. Kevin?
Well, I'll preface this with, I think Patrick's proposal hits all the points and it's viable. And until somebody comes up with something better that hits all the points, that's the baseline. So I don't have the same emotion or lens or fears, desires that certain other people have. This is a very emotionally charged issue. But I think it's a stretch to say that the letter was not factual as far as the proposal that Patrick has presented in public and that is in the process of being considered.
Thank you. Krista, did I see your hand up? No?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think it's really hard right now to communicate in any way. Dawn actually shared this letter with me, and she has shared other letters with me, and we do editing back and forth. And to be honest with you, I did not, partly capacity, and how quickly I read through it, my initial reaction was, oh, good, it would be great to just have a board voice out there, because not to advocate a position, but just to sort of to share some facts. And that was my reaction. And I didn't comb through the letter for tone, primarily because of capacity. But I was grateful that we were putting something out there, because I think sometimes we get faulted for not sharing enough. And then sometimes we get faulted for communicating and it isn't the right thing. And so I think it's just, maybe it's a lesson learned for me, perhaps, that when we are dealing with something so high stakes, maybe we do need to tailor our process. But I also just want to recognize that I know, like, as the chair of the Community Engagement Committee, to stay on top of managing the communication with our community in both an efficient way and a mindful way and a respectful way it's really hard. So I just, I appreciate what John was trying to achieve. And I think that's really important to acknowledge.
Dave, is your hand up from before or is it up again?
No, it's up again.
Okay.
All of us, each of us, have a right to write a letter to the Addison Independent and put forth our view of what's going on in this board. I have been very reluctant to do that because I think it's important for our board to be able to be straightforward with each other and try to move this process forward. That was the part that I felt was unfortunate. Not that Dawn wrote the letter. I think she's entitled, as all of us are, to our opinion and to put it in the Addison Independent. It was just to say it was on behalf of the board implies some sort of vote that the board took to support the proposal. And we took no such vote yet.
Steve?
So thought I should probably say a little bit in Don's defense. I'd say 75 to 85% of that letter I wrote. And I sent it to Don and Patrick, asking them to vet it because I was going to use it potentially to send back to a constituent who was quite a bit off base on quite a few things. And Don said, well, I would probably hesitate to try to answer all of these letters, which is it's a struggle. I mean, I'm a new board member. I don't know if you just try to answer every single misstatement that everybody says in all the emails that you get. I thought I would write out what I thought about it and send it to Don and Patrick and have them kind of just look at it and see if I was misstating any of the facts, which is all I was really trying to do, was just put people back on track with what actually had been proposed. There was really no intention to, and I thought I made it clear that there wasn't a decision made in that opinion. It was just, and we had plenty of work to do. And if you had another suggestion, please bring it up. For God's sake, bring it up. And Don said, well, we might use this, as in a letter. And I said, well, feel free to use it whichever way you'd like. I would say, Don, that I was a little bit shocked to find that it had gone out without it maybe having been run by everybody. It's just the nature of the discussion that we're talking about and the emotional charge that goes with it that makes this, I think, a bit of a special condition, and that people are very easily going to read into a letter of this type that somebody's taking a stand, which was not any way in shape or form what the intent of that was from the author. So I just thought I wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Okay. I have heard you, and I will take all that you've said in any future process. All right. We don't need an executive session tonight, and our public has hung on, so we'll leave a little time for some public comment. I do know that Tim Dumont messaged me about wanting to speak, so I'll go to him first.
Well, the main thing was I just wanted to let you know that people may want to talk after you guys discussed, and that I don't have anything to say at this point, other than I think in light of the events in Washington today and watching all you guys, I'll just say that being a school board member is probably one of the most thankless tasks that there is in any democracy. And it is incredibly difficult work that all of you are doing. It is thankless. It's important work. It's tiring. It's time consuming, but it is definitely thankless. And no one sees the amount of work that goes into it. And, I would say that that is something that you should all be proud of, is that you've spent so much time on these matters, and obviously a lot more time to come. But I will say that there are some wonderful educators on this call that have stuck it out, some of whom helped me get through some difficult years when I was in second and third and fourth and fifth grade at Lincoln Elementary, that are the reason why I am wherever I am today, and many others. And they are essential people. Teachers are, and this is besides the point, but teachers are economic generators. They have children in our communities. They buy goods and services. They retire in our communities, then they volunteer. They substitute teach, and they are just, every dollar spent on saving a teacher's job goes, as you all know, just goes to so many different levels of our existence in this state. And, I just wanted to say thank you guys for taking the time. It's thankless. Keep up the work on trying to build the bonds, whether it's now or in 7 months, and just keep everything as public and transparent as possible.
Okay, thank you. Nancy Cornell.
Thanks. I wanted you all, I first of all wanted to say that I wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that people from 4 of our 5 towns sent you all the same letter, and it was signed by 568 people, that letter. And I know you have that letter, but I'm hoping it can be made part of the board's public record. in addition to that letter, you also received a letter from the Starksboro Select Board, and I'm hoping too that that letter can be made part of the board's public record. I wanted you to know how much people appreciate you're willing to take more time in deciding what to do. And I'm very hopeful as I was listening tonight that as you make plans to meet and talk about what you're going to do, that you'll consider some different proposals besides the proposal that you have been considering. I think we're starting to get some good news from the legislature. We have 2 bills have been introduced that would make a significant, give us some significant financial breathing room and relief. And I'm hopeful that those bills are going to pass. But I also just wanted you to know that I hope you know that that I and many other community members from the 5 towns are eager to offer assistance as you do this work. And I hope you'll call on us when that feels appropriate to you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy. Paul Forlenza.
Thank you. Just really quickly, 2 points. One is I'm glad that it looks like you're going to take extra time to make this decision and that you're moving away from sort of a binary situation where it's either the superintendent's recommendation or staying where you are. And I'm hoping that in March, if that's what you choose to do, that Lincoln can make a serious proposal. The second thing I'd say is, I think Patrick, you owe it to the board and maybe the community to have Mr. Mew write a legal opinion. Whether you share it with the community or not is a different story. But I think the board members, it needs to be clear to the board members where he stands. I heard him say several different things that were in conflict. And I would ask you to include a link to the legal opinion that our attorney gave. It's not confrontational. It simply says this is the way we look at several articles. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. And then I think I saw Mike Fisher. Is he still there?
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to respond a little bit. I guess I want to thank everybody for the long and difficult process tonight and in previous nights. And I wanted to respond a little bit to the sentiment I've heard. Why does this have to be so adversarial? And just to recognize, hey, democracy is messy. You know, this is what it is. And you know, I sort of wanted to thank Don and Krista and Caleb and Herb and Nancy and Sarah LaPearl. I think that's the people who are here tonight in this meeting, who were in, and Patrick, by the way, who were active parts of the Act 46 committee. Correct me if I've missed somebody, but you know, we had a long, difficult process. And hey, I lost a lot of battles in that process, but I think we had a real success together in writing an interesting set of articles that that are our agreement to bring the towns together. I don't think, you know, we're going to have some differences of opinion about how to interpret those articles, obviously, but you know, I think the real point is we're not storming the gates. We're engaging in a process. It's messy. Sometimes people feel like they've been interpreted wrong. Hey, that's part of the process. And so I guess I just wanted to put it in a little perspective given what we've seen on the national scene. And thank everybody for that. And then I also wanted to say, you know, what are we going to know soon that we might not know now? You know, in the e-board, I think it was yesterday, our 2 state economists reflected on, you know, Carr and Cavett reflected on a few things that they've just never seen before. You know, residential real estate property tax transfers are 40% above expectations. Nobody could have predicted that they would see as much sale of residential property as we're seeing right now. Now, that's not happening uniformly throughout the state, but it is sort of an unheard of change. And, we received 20% in 2020, we received 20% of our gross domestic product in straight federal stimulus. Nobody would have predicted that. And though a lot of that money, almost none of that money went to tax revenue, to supporting tax revenue like activities, we're seeing the multiplier effect in our revenues to the degree that though it was expected that the ed fund would be in real trouble, it's 18.6 million. We was announced, I think it was yesterday, that it's 18.6 million to the positive. Nobody expected that. And given what happened today in Washington and what happened a few weeks ago in Georgia, one of my favorite quotes from the e-board was Jeff Carr said, "We're all Keynesians now." The federal government is in the business of providing more stimulus and more support to the states and to local government. And so we don't know exactly how that's going to turn out, but it's going to change the picture. I don't believe that's going to get us out of the long-term economic challenges that you guys are all describing, but I do believe it will provide some breathing room. So having said all of that, thank you. And thank you for your decision to give yourselves some breathing room to let some of that play out.
I think that was the last one with the hands. I don't see any other hands up. So thank you for hanging in and giving your comments. Would you be in favor of postponing the meeting evaluation to tomorrow night and lumping the two meetings together? Okay. All right. And I'm sorry we've gone over our time, but it was important and we needed to get, oh, sorry, Herb, looks like you got your hand up. No, you're still muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I was punching buttons all over the place and couldn't get the right one. Just a couple of things. I really appreciate the board for and the superintendent for taking a little more time to try to work this out. I think it was the right thing to do, and I think. I very much appreciate what the board did there. I also appreciate the comments by, I was hearing a lot of members saying, willing to explore other alternatives. I think we need financially feasible alternatives, but I was hearing that people were really interested in welcoming, hearing, and trying to explore those alternatives. So two very positive outcomes for me from this board meeting, and I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Herb. Okay. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Krista.
Second, Sarah LaPearl.
Sarah LaPearl. All right. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. So I don't have to.
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
10:18. Thank you all. See you
Good
tomorrow.
night. Thank you, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Dawn.